How's it going, Art? How's it going, Art? Yeah, you're on time today. All right. I'm going to make sure we got some news here. Oh, I gotta set that up too. Forgot to shut up the chat. Dun, 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 dun. Back from the ad. How's your night there, Art? Oh, we're going over this. Intel's got new direct die cooling for their CPUs for up to 1,000 watts. They've been experimenting this for a bit. I've checked out a bit, but it was just not much about it. So hopefully they got more about this now. Like, pretty cool in my opinion. Pretty cool. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, look at it. Just look at it. Looks pretty cool. How's it going, Zerdy? Look at this thing. That's pretty cool. Yo, it's Joe. Doing pretty good. Morning, afternoon there, Joe. How's it going there, Cosmic? Half an hour, it's perfect. Gotta do what you gotta do there, bud. So this is Intel's new experimental direct die for their chips, up to 1,000 watts, they're saying. Pretty cool. Looks like it's proprietary type fittings, though, you'd have to use. Yeah. 1,000 watt. Up to 1,000 watt, they're saying this direct die can do. I mean, look how thin it is. That's one thin. It's ultra thin. It looks like they also got screw plates for it too. So I'm wondering if it could be like a pressure fit style topper for it. So like the topper is gonna be like a plate with the holes that go onto it for the actual water cooling. Goes onto it and then it gets fitted onto it with like, there'll probably be like O-rings around it type of deal. That'd be my guess. Good morning, Zaggy. So Intel's testing a new way to tackle the growing heat output of its power-hungry chips. At its recent Foundry Direct Contact event, the company showcased the experimental package-level water cooling solution designed to more efficiently cool CPUs. Intel has been working on prototypes for both LGA land grid array and BGA ball grid array CPUs with demos using Intel Cores Ultra, as well as Xeon server processors. The data centers will love this. Run the chips even cooler. They can run with their Xeon chips. They can probably overclock them. It would overclock them. No, it's not the power draw. Not the power draw. It's how much cooling. A little different than power draw. You don't have to, there's no 1,000-watt chips really out there. That's all there is, but those are massive chips. It's saying up to 100 watts of cooling. Yeah, they got to do a different naming scheme and change some things on their ultras for sure. So the cooling solution doesn't apply coolant directly to the silicon die. Instead, a specially designed cooling compact cooling block sits on top of the package, featuring micro channels made of copper that precisely guide the coolant flow. These channels can be optimized to target specific hotspots on the die, potentially improving heat removal where it matters the most. Right on the die. Right from, that's the best way to do it. Yeah, 1,000 watts of cooling. So if they come out with this, that's something us consumers would want. Seriously, that is something that we would want. Because it's better. It's way better than what we have technically right now. And it looks like it's a lot thinner too. Be better contact. It could be proprietary by the looks of it, you'd have to have a certain fitting that goes on top, or it might all be on one package type deal where you can just buy the whole kit for the CPU. You delid your CPU, set it up, put it on top, even get some silicone and, silicone it back on top. Yeah, this looks really cool. Yes. Oh, 100%. With frame gem? Are you sure you get, well, you're talking about the feature. Yeah. Not that you're actually getting frame generation. Drive safe there, bud. Yeah, I assume yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. A 3070? I mean, if you're hitting the power limit and your temperatures are nice and low, then yeah, it can give you some good performance. You just gotta check. You just gotta check to see, run whatever you're running. You'd have to run a game or something like that and see if it's actually hitting the power limit. If it's not hitting the power limit, no need. If it's hitting the power limit without even going as high as where it can go, if it has voltage to spare, 100% will give you a ton of gains. Probably anywhere from 5 to 10% gains maybe on that GPU. It depends though. There's a lot of depends. So Intel claims the system can dissipate up to 1,000 watts of heat using standard liquid cooling fluid. That kind of thermal load isn't typical for consumer CPUs, but it could be relevant for high-end AI, artificial intelligence workloads, HPC, high performance computing, and workstation applications. For overclocking, look at them. Oh yeah, proprietary style. Yeah, I kind of figured. You'd have to make sure you have fittings for it. These new CPUs gonna have us running water cooling lines straight into a plumbing. Yeah, for some of them it's brutal. Yeah, I hear you. But it's not like these are 1,000-watt CPUs. It's just a cooling block they've designed. What is your take on Ultra Series processor? Are they another gimmick? They're not a gimmick. It's just they're not for everyone. That's all. If you're into, if you use your computer, need a lot of cores, need some, good multi-threading, it's good. If you need really fast RAM, for who knows what, like video editing. There's so many things you could do with the actual computer, right? With the CPU and a lot of cores. It's very fast, and now they got new warranties up to 8,000 megatransfers per second with a good overclock on the CPU, which gives you a lot more performance. It only gives you 7 to 9% difference in games, but overall for productivity, it could give you more. If it's hitting 350 watts, I think you'd be just fine. I don't think it's not the wattage that you're hitting. It's maybe day 13 there, bud. This is the IHS is a water block. Squeeze. Please listen, buddy. Listen, Linda, listen. No, listen, Linda, listen. They've designed a water block for CPUs that are direct die and are small as an IHS, basically. They're not 1,000-watt CPUs. It can cool up to 1,000 watts. They designed a new water block. Look, Linda. Look, Linda, look. You can see his face. You can see his face. There it is. Yeah, I kind of figured it was going to be proprietary style fitting. But I mean, this will be changed up for actual consumers. Yeah, I hope they come out with it for consumers. This is sick. All so thin, so small. Like, look at it. It's so cute. I just bought 12th Gen i5. I know they have Ultra Series. Have I missed on something? No. You haven't missed on anything for if you're worried about gaming, you're just fine. You don't need to worry about the Ultra Series at all. It's not for everyone. And even data centers and now us consumers are buying more Raptor Lake anyways now. Like for some reason, everyone's starting to buy Raptor Lake again. It's like your PC is 1600, but your CPU won't use 1600 watt. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Ultra is just a refresh naming scheme, and they made it so that way there's no hyper-threading. There's no hyper-threading on the Ultra cores. Still got 24 core, 16 core, or whatever they all got now, but it's no hyper-threading. And they got DLVR, so you can tune the voltage on every single core. You can tune the voltage on everything on it, so that way you can do more efficiency and all of that. There's a whole bunch that they did. Also, again, they did it so that way you can get 8,000 megatransfers per second, like easy peasy with it. Say that 12th gen Intel right now has some of the best value. Yep, they do. They have some of the best value. They're outbeating AMD for performance, the price to performance. So 12th gen is really good. 13th, if they can just come down the price just a little bit, they'd be amazing price to performance. They are amazing CPUs. I do enjoy. Again, I do have 12th gen and 13th gen. No 14th gen yet, but I've done overclocking on them. I say that 12th gen, yeah, until their power saving stuff. Wait, Intel on their power saving stuff? What do you mean their squeeze? You mean for the Ultras? Not necessarily power saving. It would technically use 1/3 less power or somewhere around there. Intel also came out with LJ 1700 performance cores only CPUs. It should be actually coming out for the market soon. They still have E-cores. Ultra core still has E-cores. That's just they don't have hyper-threading on the performance cores. Performance cores have the hyper-threading. E-cores don't. I would upgrade my 3050 in future then, but with DLSS 4 has increased its lifetime. Perfect. If it's increased it, everything's good. That's good. Should make you happy. Yeah, you gotta disable the E-cores, or because Elden Ring can't handle that amount of cores. Elden Ring has the issues. It's not E-cores that's the issues. It's the game. The game's just not optimized. So you can disable the E-cores, and then boom, you'll see performance gains. Just disable the E-cores, buddy. That's all you gotta do. Go into the BIOS, put it into gaming profile, That'll automatically disable the E-cores, or you can manually disable the E-cores yourself. But the gaming mode or gaming performance will automatically disable E-cores, and then boom. Only performance cores, a lot cooler. You can even overclock it some. Yeah, E-cores are amazing. They are really good, especially on these ultra cores. Holy moly, do they ever perform? But for higher end parts, there, Cosmic, again, you're not someone that needs all these cores. Having full size cores is gonna be better, and since these cores are efficient, if you're just gonna play games and that, then it's not for you. But if you need these E cores, perfect. Have you ever thought of buying a big radiator, say 10mm or 12? No, not in my opinion. I mean, maybe someday I'll buy, a setup like that, but I don't need it. How you get it? Gaming mode. It's in the BIOS. You have to go into the BIOS for it. Facing issue again, but now thing is I have become it is because of Wi-Fi adapter. Have you updated the Wi-Fi adapter? It could be an update. Did you damage the Wi-Fi adapter? Is it shortening? It could have a short in it. You might need to get a new Wi-Fi adapter. Windows 11 has gotten a lot better for what it's supposed to be doing for the cores, to be honest. It's the game. Guarantee it's probably the game. Again, I use Windows 11 when I do my benchmarking on my new systems, because it gets me best performance because how well Windows is now utilizing the cores. They're using it proper. It's just some games some games are not optimized for so many cores, right? Or don't even care about a whole bunch of cores. And then they might just use the E cores instead of P cores, which is kind of odd. But yeah, that's a game. That's not Windows. Yeah, Ethernet cable might fix it if you try it. Yeah, some features are BS there, Cosmic. Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. Yeah, you can disable a lot of things. But Windows 11 is a lot better for, especially if you have newer systems. If you have newer systems, it's snappy. It works the way it should. At the beginning, yes, 100% agree. At the beginning with Windows 11, nah, it sucked. Now it's good. It's actually good. Thing when I use Wi-Fi from USB tether and I don't face any issues. Odd. That's because you're still on the 11th gen there, buddy. Yeah, I have lap GPUs. Gets rid of hotspots. I don't recommend it whatsoever. I do not recommend it. Not unless you're ultra careful, know what you're doing. Do not do it. Just saying. But yeah, I love GPUs. Takes let's say a hotspot's 15 degrees Celsius higher than the actual core, right? So if you're overclocking, trying to get that maximum amount out of it, because it's crashing for some reason, it's more or less going to be a hotspot. If you lap it down, you can get maybe another 50 or 100 megahertz out of it. Or if you have a Type-C port, just use. There you go. Save some bucks. Windows 11 on older systems, even ones that are officially supported, feels snappy as long as it's Haswell-based system or newer methods. Yeah, and you probably have to have enough RAM too. Socket GPUs? Nah, wouldn't be good enough. You could try it. They probably have tried it, but it wouldn't be good enough. Everything has to be on the PCB for the GPU itself to work properly. There's a lot to go in that. No, hotspot. So let's say you have a hotspot. Let's say you have a hotspot on your GPU that's like 15 degrees higher than the core, and that can happen. the etching. So there's etching on the top layer of it, and also thinning the actual topper silicon. It will actually help lower to the actual die, right? Which lapping can help a lot. It get rid of the actual the etching from the actual die, and then it lowers the actual silicon topper. So it helps the temperature a lot. So for my 1070, when I did no power limit mod with the 1070, it had like a 17-degree difference in temperature. So like the hotspot was like 17 degrees higher. After lapping, it was a 5-degree difference, which is perfect. My older DDR3 base systems have their max supported. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And that's why it's so good for you too. You have enough RAM. You need at least 16 gigabytes. In my opinion, from what I've tested, 16 gigabytes for Windows 11 to be working snappy. The light version of Windows 11 too. No, just get the actual Windows. Windows, guys, stop getting these light versions and stuff like that. Get the right operating systems, because there could be things wrong with those ones. I've heard so many bad things about these different operating systems. Just go with the correct ones. We're just going over. So this is Intel's direct die, basically like an IHS. But this is their direct die that they've been working on. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, well, 16 gigabytes, hard to find 8 gigabyte sticks of DDR5 nowadays. Plus, you're only going to be, it's not going to be that good. Not compared to 32. The 16 gigabyte sticks are so much better. Yeah, it probably would have been an experience, because you probably would have only been able to put so much RAM in, right? Okay, you do have dual channel? Okay. I was wondering. Yeah, because yeah, that's why 8 gigabyte sticks are not really good. It's pretty good, yeah, dual rank. It's pretty good. For certain like benchmarking, you want single rank. Yeah, 8 gigabytes, that's what I kind of figured. Oh, it's CPU. Yeah, brutal. Yeah, so just stock sticks of RAM, basically, no XMP on them, or no overclock on your sticks. You could do some more overclocking on them, that'd be fun. So yeah, this is boom. Cost is lower. New Tim's cost is lower. Wow. Look at this. Die, solder, right? Die, IHS. The old polymer Tim. Now, Pipper. Yeah, Windows 10 would be a bit better, just due to the fact that you don't need as much RAM. But if you get rid of all the bloatware, it might actually work better. I mean, get rid of like everything. It might work better. I got my coffee, bud. What are you talking about? What are you talking about there, Bart? Yeah, a lot of my viewers are around my area. And then you got to cost of shipping and stuff like that too. I did do overclocking on a 9950X 3D. The RAM got to 8,000 meg transfer per second at CL36, CL38, and did a whole bunch of RAM timings on it for the 9950X 3D. Got a couple live streams. Mhm. Yeah, you can overclock VRAM to be faster speeds. Yeah, quite a bit of performance too. Yeah, the heat sinks are cool on those. Those heat sinks are cool. This is not the stick in it. Plus a copper mod mine. As you can see, there's copper. Yeah. Yeah. No, I did do it online. We use Discord. We use Discord. Doesn't look great, but we use Discord that way. Hundred and 150? Yeah, it's probably not gonna give you much performance. Well, it will be more performance gains, but I'm wondering if you can get better overclockability for your RAM. I'm not sure. I might overclock a PC today. Let me know. Does anyone want to see some overclocking? I can do that. What could I do though? I'll have to figure out what to do. Yeah, just for testing and benchmarking purposes, I hear you. You ain't like me, buddy. Just don't mind spending some money on overclocking. This is cool. I like their design. It's very thin, nice. Yeah, the 7th gen or 6th gen is still pretty good. Yeah, might not matter for your cosmic. I mean, I did Apex Legends 4K with an i7 3770K and a 1080 Ti. Ultra settings 4K, 60 to what was it, 60 to 90 frames per second. Yeah, some might not work very good. I would like to be able to test other games with 3770K, but I can't seem to find one that works. Frames per minute. Yeah, I like this. Looks like it was kind of a rush job, as you can see The copper inside doesn't look too pretty. So I think this is like a rush job to get it out for this showcasing, unfortunately. I do like it. I do like it a lot. Yeah, CPU doesn't. CPU helps a lot for get more frames, but just to get the actual frames, yeah, it doesn't matter at 4K. 4K look good on my 1080p monitor, yeah. For sure. Looks so good. So good. So good. Yeah, I do. I really like what they did here. Very nice. Water probably goes in over here, goes up, and then back over. So it goes in, spreads all the way out like this, and then over. Notably, Intel's approach isn't just a lab experiment. The company has reportedly been working on this technology for years. They have just, yeah. It's not exactly something that they have thought about doing for consumers, though. With the rise in thermal demand for modern chip designs, Intel is now exploring how to produce this system for real-world deployment. I hope so. While Intel refines its prototype, the enthusiast community has already experimented with similar concepts. YouTuber Ocpc recently modified the heat spreader of an Intel Core. Yep, machined it into a functioning miniature water block with internal channels carved into the IHS, integrated heat spreader, and sealed under acrylic. Yeah, in DIY fashion, so it's probably a lot bigger. Intel hasn't confirmed when or if this cooling approach will hit mainstream products, but the demonstration is critical CPU thermal design. As power consumption and package density is increased, direct cooling may become a necessity for both professionals and enthusiast hardware in the coming future. Yeah, I can 100% agree with that. Trash is not the best gaming device. What are you talking about? Trash belongs in the trash there, Harp. Trash belongs in the trash. Yeah, a lot of people have different opinions on that there, Cosmic. I mean, having a better CPU for get some more frames is definitely gonna be better for 4K, right? No, I haven't tested it. I don't care about. I don't care about it. I usually just do native render. Just enable the old DLSS and it's just fine. Should be something I should test though. Should be something I test and critique on whether or not it's good or not for 30 series cards and 20 series cards. I don't know. We'll have to see. I could do it. Yeah. All right. Well, I can do a video on 2080 Super and a 3070 Ti. I don't have anything higher than that, unfortunately. All right. I'll work on a video probably this weekend on it. I've tested it in multiple games, see if it actually benefits or not. Yeah, what you tested in. And what GPU? And what GPU did you test it on? I do. I really, really like this. I like it a lot. Oh, they're clipped. And a 200 GT. Trust me, I will never buy any Mac products. No Apple products are allowed. Yeah, I'll try to go kind of into depth on it. Explain how to enable it and all that on the different cards. Performance you're probably gonna expect. Go over different games with it. I'll see what I can do. I'll test them all before and after, do before and after, and then see if it's actually worth even using. If it's worth using, then why not use it, right? I don't have a 3050, 3070 Ti, and 2080 Super. Yeah, I don't own 40 or 50 series cards either, unfortunately. IHS, water, die. Yeah, I can make a video about it. I'll do it this weekend. Takes a while to make, but I'll make one up. Add more watts. More watts, more clocks. Just this 4 almost looks natives at my 100%. You say no input delay, but I'll have to see. I'll be using Rivet Tuner. I'll check it out for actual latencies and that, and comparing them, because yeah, it will put latency on it, and I don't like high latency. I like 5 to like 11 max milliseconds per second for frame rendered. Over 9,000. Oh my God, what? This power level, it's over 9,000. That's right, 9,000 watts. And like I said, I like this. I like this design. So we got it in, it goes through the channels over, it goes out, goes through the channels and out. Very nice. We got different kind of cooling blocks depending on, you know, how many CPUs you have in the actual system. Smart. Yeah, the argument can definitely be made in 4K. 4K would definitely show more. Yeah, some people aren't going to feel it. For someone like me that has a really quick response time and likes high response times, if I feel any kind of stuttering, I'm not going to like it. No, the stuttering will be due to the fact that it is latency, frame latency. I have no clue how to tag in chat. I'm feeling it. Well, you're feeling something there, Hart. Yeah, I'll see. I'll see how well it works. Wonder if they're gonna actually get the like frame generation work on DLSS 4 on the 20 and 30 series cards. Yeah, you tested with mouse and keyboard, but I haven't tested with mouse and keyboard. Let's go, Beast. Because I've had people tell me, oh, through the stream, oh, it looks good. It looks really good through the stream. It looks perfectly smooth. I'm like, nah, this feels like crap, like absolute crap. And doing pretty good. Just going over some new Intel IHS direct die cooling that Intel made. Yeah, some games have absolute horror TA. Yeah, generally that's why FSR is great, because that's why I like AMD with their FSR, because it doesn't just work on AMD cards, it works on other cards. And if those games have it support FSR, it's awesome. It works really good. But again, it does add some sort of it hinders detail, and it puts up frame time just a little bit. No, you can still use FSR. You just won't have the frame generation, right? You can still use it. You just won't have FSR full capabilities. I'm pretty sure you should still be able to use it. They need to release it for everything. Everything. It would be awesome. It'd be awesome to use. I hope they come out with it soon for consumers. They haven't said if or when they're going to do it for consumers, but they've been working on it and they're showcasing it. And if data centers are going to buy a bunch, they're probably going to put it for consumers. Be awesome. Yeah, I know FSR is going to be, FSR4 is going to be for RDNA 4. Yep. No, I already know what that works. I already know how that works. I got over all this before. So I'm saying you're not going to get the FSR4 or FSR full frame generation, all aspects. It'll just be downgraded to the FSR3. No, you won't get FSR4. Not unless you have RDNA 4 GPU, which is their new GPUs. It's the only way. It's smart of them to do it that way too. In my opinion, it's smart of them to do that. It'll help pull people in to buy their GPUs. It's a good marketing scheme. But they also, again, amazing because they actually made it so that way, other GPUs can still use FSR, just not the frame generation. Well, you should be good for 2 years as long as you're not looking to play some crazy games, right? As long as you're not looking to play some crazy games, you should be just fine. I don't play really games or any new games or any games that cost money. That's just me. Should be able to. Yeah, but they should. And they're probably going to lock it to just their RDNA 4. Just due to the fact it would help pull people into buying their product. It's another marketing scheme, right? And AMD's very good at it. They're not optimized very well. They get pushed out too quickly. So that way not too much money gets spent on developing the game and stuff like that. So that way when it goes out, boom. It's just terrible. Not optimized nicely. But you don't got full DLSS 4. You still technically only have DLSS like 3.1. So you don't got frame generation, right? DLSS 4 is going to help the quality and stuff like that. That's about it for 30 series cards. They got it working on the 40 series cards though, like actual frame generation on the 40 series cards, full frame gen. What if they're gonna be able to do it on the 30 series cards though? Be pretty cool if they did. Whether or not it worked good, I don't know, because you kind of need the hardware to do it. Yeah, probably is still a little bit behind, but that's fine. That's fine. For AMD being such a small company compared to NVIDIA, it's good. It's very good. At least in my opinion, right? They're doing very good for not being nearly as big as NVIDIA. Like, nearly as big. Yep. A gaming stream? Should I do a gaming stream? Yeah, the compute, yeah. Yeah, tensor cores on it are still fairly new on the 20 series cards. You gotta remember, they just came out with the 10 series cards. So, well, 100%. When Ryzen came out, it absolutely, and then they got their Threadripper. Yeah, it helped them. Because you gotta remember, data centers bought Threadrippers. Yeah, Z sucks. Intel Z sucks. Sucks so much. Oh, it's brutal how bad it is. They need to fix it. They need to fix it bad. Just give me 1 minute. Yeah, I wasn't. What do you mean, squeeze? What do you mean? I mean, some things, yeah. AI is still in baby stage, still developing big time. Yeah, I scheduled this. Boring. I scheduled it. I am showing up when you search OCPC now, though, at the top. So things are working. Things are working really good. Good morning, board. Yeah, YouTube does that. It always acts weird. It always acts weird. It's just, it's what he says. He likes oiling up. Not, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. So when he searched up, what is the fastest GTX GPU, it searched up the RTX 5090 for him. That's how good the AI is. The fastest GPU is the RTX 5090. The fastest GTX GPU is the RTX 5090. It's like, what? You got that right. The fastest GTX CPU if I recall is a Titan XP. I still want one so bad. I still want a Titan XP. Yeah, it's the Titan. Yep, it's the 12 gigabyte Titan. He overlocked his 3050. Never heard of overlocking. I take her easy, Cosmic. Yeah, I kind of figured what you said. You're locking your 3050 too much, man. Jeez. You gotta unlock it. You gotta unlock it. Well, that's good. It's good coffee. Let's see. Let me show some movement. I'm breathing. Jeez, calm down. So Intel driver update, the Lunar Lake chips reportedly improve iGPU frames by 10%, 1% lowest by 25%. Just came out. Like, just came out. That's what I'm looking at. Nah, probably not better than your GPU. That GPUs aren't that good yet. Yeah, so Intel just released a graphics driver update that reportedly improves frame per second performance by around 10% for Intel Core 200V Lunar Lake chips, according to Intel Gaming Access. Intel graphics drivers 32.0.101.6734 optimizes the CPU power management, which allows integrated Intel Arc 140B and 130V GPUs to deliver better performance while remaining at their default power settings of 17 watts. That's really good. The company tested update on the MSI Claw 8 AI Plus with 9 different titles, and the results were promising, more than just 10% uplift in frames per second. New driver also increased to 1% lowest by 25%. That's really good. Making much smoother gameplay. Intel said that it sets the games at 1080p medium quality during the test, while the handheld console was at its default 17 watt TDP. These are the results that the chip maker published for each game. So before update, and then average frame per second after update, and 1% lows. So from 36 to 41 average, from 23, 1% lows to 29 for Black Myth. That's just the benchmarking tool. That's really good. Crazy, actually. God of War Ragnarok, 43 to 46, 27 to 35. Hogwarts Legacy, 44 to 52, 27 to 35. Cyberpunk 2077, 49 to 52, 31 to 35. Spider-Man, Marvel Spider-Man Remastered, 58 to 62, 39 to 40. Payday 3, 79 to 89, and 1% lows, 31 to 56. Big update for that one. Dota 2, 81 to 94, and lows, 52 to 55. Counter-Strike 2, 87 to 94, and 52 to 60. Fortnite, 89 to 105, 47 to 71 for lows. That's crazy. That's insane. Yeah, something like that. But they're more compared to like mobile style chips. That's one Lunar Lake iGPU. It's a big up. That's crazy. Yeah, so this isn't the first time that Intel or other companies has boosted the performance of the chips long after the release. For example, driver update for the same Lunar Lake processor released in 2024 increased performance by 24%, while 2023 update boosted DX11 performance for some discrete Intel Arc GPUs by up to 750%. AMD is also known for squeezing higher frame percent from GPUs through driver updates, and even NVIDIA has just released a driver update that slightly improved performance by 6 to 8%. Yeah. That's crazy though. That's a huge, huge update. Yeah, it's kind of what they're made for. Those apples are. They're good for video editing. Yeah, and they try to do it, soon, but it's kind of, in my opinion, it'd be kind of hard because you got to go through everything. You got to make sure you optimize it for all the games. You got to make sure it works. It's a lot to do, right? A lot to do. Like a lot to do. The 750% DX11 gate for the ARC, 750%. It's a big increase. I didn't realize it was that big for their DX11. Yeah. 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 And a lot of people don't realize you can overclock them too. You can overclock the iGPU. Yeah, handhelds are getting there. And only at 17 watts, right? It's only 17 watts. So it's a really good investment if you're looking just for a GPU just to play some games at low frames, low settings, 1080p kind of thing. Yeah, way back. Yep. Way back. That's pretty cool. And then there's a couple, this literally just came out 4 minutes ago, so had to go over it. So go around point here. Talked about this too, go around point. So AMD is reportedly readying Ryzen 9000G go around point and Epic 4005 Grado CPUs for AM5. Again, I've gone over this. So a detailed breakdown of AMD's planned CPUs releases has been shared by leakers Orlock and Instalat X64 video cards. These upcoming products span across the desktop, mobile, workstation destinations. All these will employ the same Zen 5 architecture, and most appear to be refreshes of current offerings. Yep, just refreshes, but they're going to be better. For desktop, or specifically the AM5 platform, AMD is reportedly planning Ryzen 9000 GPUs alongside server-grade Epic 4005 CPUs. According to the leak, the Ryzen 9000G family is based on Gorgon Point, which earlier leaks revealed to be rebadged strict point silicon. And I've gone over this. We can expect up to 12 hybrid cores, 4 Zen 5 plus 8 Zen 5C, along with RDNA 3.5 graphics engine with 16 compute units, Radeon 890M. These AM5 APUs are tipped for a Q4 release, so end of this year. On the CPU, probably back, I would say the cores, Intel Core. How's it going, Hooves? Next up on the table is the Epic 4005 family. Last year, AMD introduced Raphael-based Epic 4004 processors, AM5 for commercial users with enterprise-grade features. The Epic 4005, codenamed Grado, is a follow-up, likely wielding Granite Ridge Ryzen 9000 silicon under the hood. Given that the manufacturers are already preparing their motherboards for support, we expect these processors to be announced at Computex along Ryzen 9000 WX Shimada Peak offering for workstations. We also have another version of the Kraken point. Yeah, dubbed Kraken 2, just a refresh again. We expect Kraken 2 to follow the pattern of Phoenix 2 and Hawk Point 2, which were similar variants of the original dies with fewer cores and no NPU. As of right, in the Kraken Point family features just 2 SKUs on the Ryzen AI 730, the Ryzen 7 350 and Ryzen AI 5 340. With most laptops above the $700 price point, Kraken 2 might enable AMD to expand Zen 5 to a wider range of customers, as it should be cheaper to produce, but we aren't sure of the specifications or how cut down it will be. It'll be probably pretty cut down to make it cheaper. Following that are several Gorgon Point variations, Gorgon Point 1, Gorgon Point 2, and Gorgon Point 3. It's impossible to decipher these code names without official confirmation. However, assuming Gorgon Point 1 refers to the full-fat original die, Gorgon Point 2 should carry a similar price to Kraken 2. A trimmed-down Gorgon Point 1 with fewer hardware features, hardware leaker Kepler expects Gorgon Point 3 to be a refresh of Kraken 2. And just to clarify, Gorgon Point is actually a refresh of Strict Point. Again, I've gone over this, how Gorgon Point is a refresh of Strict Point. So if it is going to be a refresh of Kraken 2, of course, it is going to be basically a Strict Point upgrade. Here's another before seen FF5 socket. AMD's also allegedly working on a new lineup of mobile offerings dubbed Soundwave. The rumor mill positions this is a low power ARM based device for AMD employing Radeon graphics. This might be AMD's response to NVIDIA's rumored N1X socket SoC for the WOA Windows on ARM ecosystem. If these SoCs are anywhere near their launch, we'll probably hear more about them at Computex, and maybe. Finally, as spotted by Instalat X64, AMD's technical informational portal, next generation Zen 6 based APUs Medusa Point will reportedly use the FP10 socket, meaning they won't be compatible with existing designs, following AMD's typical 2-year cadence. Zen 6 should be announced by Q3 to Q4 2026. Again, we have done this as well for Zen 6. By the end of 2026, it should be there. Should be here. Should. So we might see these APUs spring up at the Computex CES 2027 or later. Now, these APUs. Well, we'll see. We will see. Might be good, might not be good. We'll have to see about that. Oh, is it gonna be good? Is it gonna be good or not? Just a refresh. It's not gonna be a huge upgrade. Won't be a huge upgrade. Then we got one other thing. Just massive, absolutely massive. Still not that open PC. So TSMC on Wednesday officially started building its third semiconductor facility, Fab 21 Phase 3 near Phoenix, Arizona, according to a report from Bloomberg. The third module of the company's Fab 21 site will be capable of producing chips using the company's NP-2 2-nanometer class and A16 the 1.6 nanometer class process technologies when it's completed between 2028 and 2030. Still a while away for the 1.6 nanometer. Again, why do you think so all these people want on the 1.8 nanometer from Intel? Development coincides with the rising political pressure on TSMC, as just leaked last week. Taiwan's parliament passed a law which, under TSMC, cannot export its most advanced fabrication process to overseas facilities. So everything stays in Taiwan for their latest advancements, and nothing can be shipped over. And must go approval from the Taiwanese government to invest in its projects abroad. By late 2028, TSMC will have started production of chips on its A14 manufacturing process in Taiwan, so it will have the legal right to begin making chips on its NP2 and A16 derivative nodes in the US. You didn't say crap there, Hooves. What are you talking about? Maybe you said it in your head. So construction of TSMC's Fab 21 Phase 3 is a part of the company's project to invest $165 billion. I've gone over this. Their investment of $165 billion to American production facilities, which was announced in March. Under the plan, Fab 21 Module 3 and Module 4 produce chips on TSMC's 2-nanometer class process technologies, which include N2, N2P, N2X, and A16, while Fab 21 Module 5 and Module 6 will use even more advanced processes, including A14, 1.4 nanometer class, and derivatives. It's $165 billion just to make some new fabrication facilities in the state. So they're going to be spending a lot of money to make new buildings and foundries and whatever else they got going on. It's more or less foundries. TSMC is the foundry that makes chips. So spend $165 billion is quite a bit. And hopefully they can recoup that money quickly, or the prices of our chips are going to be absolutely crazy. I mean, absolutely crazy. Because they're a huge manufacturer of chips. Samsung makes chips as well. Intel makes their own chips, in-house chips. TSMC makes a lot of chips, though. Although TSMC is investing a huge amount of money in its Fab 21 site, which will eventually house not only 6 fab modules, but 2 advanced packaging facilities and an R&D center, and plans to make it one of its major production hubs. It does not look like the contract chipper will be legally able to transfer its most advanced production technologies to Fab 21. This will affect its profitability, as the company charges premium for its leading-edge fabrication processes. Why would you not charge premium for top-of-the-line stuff, right? So, U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick visited the location, which is frequently described as the largest foreign funded project ever undertaken in the U.S. On the week it broke ground, Lutnick has reported indicated that companies may need to deepen their U.S. presence to access federal semiconductor funding under the Chip and Science Act, suggesting that subsidies could be withheld from companies who do not meet expectations. I mean, kind of crazy that they would be withheld from a lot of things, like funding. However, the U.S. government is also legally bound to provide CHIP Act funding to companies such as TSMC, Intel, Global Foundries, Texas Instruments, Samsung, and others through the end of 2026. Yeah, reaching a zero node won't go that small. The smaller we get, the less voltage we can use, though, as long as we can still get the actual power out of it, right? You can use less voltage, which will help. Again, that's why they've been working on different materials to make different CPUs, because it can only go so small with what we have right now. With so much power, too. Yep. Oh, yeah, of course it is. Of course it's getting finer and finer. Everything's getting to such a small tolerance that it's actually, but like crazy. It's crazy how small we're talking here. And it is. It's absolutely wild. Intel's already gone through 1.8 nanometer, gone into risk production now. And these companies are working on their 1.6 nanometer to come out 2028. Like, they're working on it. Doesn't mean they're in risk production at all, but they're working on it. Yep. Will we ever get a true 1 nanometer node? Probably not, to be honest. But they're working on carbon fiber nanotubes, not more or less to help the actual performance of it, but to help thermals. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be getting that small. We'll have to have a different kind of material to make the CPUs out of. Yeah, what is the tolerance? Zero is not a tolerance. Zero is absolute. Can't go to zero, though. So I saw some more information on the new quantum computer. It's looking pretty interesting. They have to use liquid helium to cool it. Pretty wild. Why do you think they have to redesign the architecture as smaller they go, right? And why do you think probably AMD's having such problems with their 3D or the 9000 series CPUs right now. The voltage is probably just too high for what it can actually handle, and it's just killing off the CPUs. Again, the CPU probably wasn't refined enough, wasn't tested, trialed and tested. The architecture probably wasn't good enough. It's not heat that's killing them. For a chip that only puts out, if you put on eco mode, 60 watts, and then it only goes up to like maximum of 160. Pretty wild that they're dying. We're already better than 2 nanometer. We are already better than 2 nanometer. Again, Intel's on risk production for 1.8 nanometer, which is better than 2 nanometer. $1.6. Hopefully they can get that going. Turbo cells. Yeah, and you're talking way, way too small at that point. I don't know what the smallest increment of time is. Have we even figured that one out? Have we even figured that one out? Are you sure? It's smaller. Or 1.6. It's like 1.616 times 10 to the power of negative 38, isn't it? Or 36. So introducing the turbo cells. Intel made a slew of announcements as Intel Foundry Direct 2025 event in San Jose, California, and finally shared performance metrics for its upcoming Forte process node slated for risk production in 2027. Telling headline improvement of a 35% reduction in power. 35. Ugh. I still got these ads. I need to get the ad blocker. Make a fee. Go away. Uh, 35% reduction in power is insane. So Intel also teases new turbo cell technology, a customizable design approach geared to provide maximum CPU frequency and boost performance for critical paths in GPUs. You're gonna try Linux? Well, good luck. Yeah, quantum computing is that. Sweet. Wait. You got tomorrow off. So 14A and 14AE nodes are the next generation after the company's 18A node. Again, we've gone over they had a diagram going over what they're going to be working on. Right in here. Yeah, it's not. Intel says 18A would deliver up to 15 to 20% performance per watt increase over 18A, which can be leveraged as either higher clock speeds or 20 to 25 to 35% lower power consumption at the same performance. Depending on chip specific tuning, much of this improvement is due to Intel's new direct contact backside power delivery network, which the company has dubbed Power Direct. Intel has also sprinkled in other new features to improve the node, such as wider threshold voltage range that enables a more expansive voltage frequency curve. Oh, okay. The 14A node also delivers a 1.3 times increase in transistor density over the 18A node. Intel has also revamped its ribbon FET transistors for 14A, known as ribbon FET 2. Intel hasn't shared details about the new generation of ribbon FET, but the general design provides improved transistor density and fast transistor switching by utilizing 4 stacked nanosheets surrounded entirely by the gate. You see the cross-section with NMOS PO transistors above. Pretty cool. Yep. How fast does a quantum computer tick at, right? I mean, Google's new quantum computer looks pretty cool and very powerful. Intel's new turbo cells are a standout feature, but they are a bit complicated. Turbo cells can be used for a multitude of purposes, but Intel specifically calls out that they will be utilized in the critical paths of the CPU and GPU, often referred to as speed paths, and for good reason. Timing paths within the processor are routes that signal travels along through wires and logic gates during normal operation. However, delays to those signals can interrupt the clock timings of the processor. The critical paths are those that have the longest total delay. It's like clock stretching. Because processors operate based on clock signals, the lowest critical path that takes the highest possible frequency limit of the entire chip, serving as a bottleneck to overall performance. There are distinctions here for the various clock domains, but the general principles hold true. Chip designers often use higher speed transistors in these areas of chips, but this comes at a cost of reduced transistor density and increased power consumption. As faster transistors are leakier and thus consume more power, the new turbo cells provide chips architects with a more refined tool to mitigate critical paths. Ooh. So you'll be able to clock it higher without having, like, it would scale very well with clocks. Like, and it won't be as leaky, which is really good. Like, really, really good. Like, you won't have to keep increasing the power, a significant amount of power to increase the clocks to past a certain degree. So that will help a lot for overclockers, to be honest. And people that want to get more performance out of their stuff. But again, like, how are they going to make it so that way consumers can overclock a lot on them, or do they just going to limit it? The 14A node features 3 distinct standard cell libraries, which use process node-specific building blocks, standard cells construction with transistors, pre-designed logic gates, and circuit elements. Designers are used as electronic design automation EDA software tools to utilize the libraries during the design flow and generally lay them out in rows. Yeah, in rows. Forty is a lot of zeros. It really is. Okay, I got a shot. Let's go. Glad you could go. Yeah, with Intel's iGPU, latest iGPU, increased performance is really good. I wouldn't say it's like a 1080. I'd say it's more like a 1070, but it's still performs. That's 1080p. You could do 1080p medium settings in a lot of games and get decent frames. You can even put the lower settings, get, all these games up to 60 frames per second above. It gave a 25% increase in the 1% lows, which is really good. So the games won't feel all stuttery in that. Now we're just going over their new turbo cells and how they're making it so they're not as leaky, so they'll scale better with voltages. That is a lot of zeros. The iGPU is different due to the fact it's using your RAM. It's not using the actual. Oh, we mean different from GPU in a laptop? It's fairly similar to a GPU in a laptop, depending on the laptop, right? Because you got laptops that have dedicated GPUs in it and dedicated VRAM for that. And then the older laptops, though, they didn't. They just used iGPU and just used your RAM. So basically, the iGPU is just using your RAM for the VRAM, basically, which isn't as good, but still fine. They don't clock as high either. Okay, what's the order of magnitude? No, not cost. It's not that, but for laptops, yeah, a dedicated GPU is going to cost more, of course, right? And then like our processors, like all these processors nowadays, as long as it's not a certain model, have iGPUs built into it. Anything with an F on the Intel side doesn't have an actual iGPU. And it's, I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell with AMD whether or not they have an iGPU or not. The iGPUs just seem to be getting better and better. The integrated GPU into the CPUs seem to be getting better and better. It's wild. I should show a video of how I overclock my iGPUs to gain a little bit more performance too. I mean, it's not like I use them, but just to show that you can overclock them slightly to get more performance. Turbo cells. So they've designed these turbo cells so that way, um, more or less, they're not as leaky, and they'll be more stable at a higher clock rate with less voltage. They are making these because the 14A, 14AE. So basically, they're going to be like a 15 to 20% increase in power, like performance. Or you can also consider this as in up to a 35% increase in efficiency. So they won't use as much wattage basically for the exact same power or exact same performance basically. So you can increase the performance basically by 25% and it'll be the exact same wattage. So it's amazing. How's it going, Yanni? Doing pretty good. So yeah, this is how they're designing it with their turbo cells. And it enables to improve max frequency and performance per watt. That's what I'm trying to say is what we have now as you overclock CPUs, you get leakage, as in you're not getting the same amount of clock speed you would at a higher frequency due to the fact that the actual architectural designs and stuff like that is actually leaking the voltage. It's leaking the actual voltage. So that way you have to actually increase the power more to get just a little bit more performance past what you've already done. So as it doesn't scale as well. So with like this design here, you can keep increasing the actual frequency, which is going to increase the performance at the same kind of voltage. You can just increase the voltage slightly. The core clock will actually raise up according to the voltage instead of it being, you have to increase the voltage a huge amount just to increase that core clock higher, just a little bit higher. It's just way it is right now and has been for a very long time. Some CPUs are really, really leaky where you have to increase the voltage so high just to get a little bit more gain past what you've already gone. And there are limits in that for that. And that's why this is a really good design because again, enables improved max performance and improve frequency and performance per watt. So it should help a lot. Yep, better performance. But also it helps as in if you like overclockers, like we won't have to use as much voltage to get more clocks. So we can cool it down nice and cold. And then we don't have to use like 1.9, 2 volts into the CPU to get these crazy high frequencies. Yeah, you're just basically generating heat there, Yanni. Yep. Yeah. kind of hard to achieve there. It's like, where did we come up with this? I haven't yet. So turbo cells are designed to enhance performance by increasing the transistor drive current for short libraries when they're used to create double height libraries, the height of 2 standard rows, while maintaining a high density arrangement for optimal area efficiency. It's cool you're able to see that, though. Yeah, why do you think quantum computers are cooled by either liquid nitrogen or liquid helium? Because they're so small and they need power, lots of power to actually use. Marana? Why am I looking this up? Majorana particle? And neutral electron? Oh, not even electron. An electrically neutral. And theoretical. Guys, theoretical. Theoretical. I like theoretical stuff, but I like more actuality. Newark uses superconductors? Yes, New York uses superconductors. What? It's not theoretical, you said. It just told me all of the theoretical cases it can be used in, too. So it's got to be theoretical. It's theoretical. It's still theoretical. Watch the video. I've already seen it. It's still theoretical, buddy. They have to still implement it, somehow figure out a way to actually still do it. Nope. If they have not done anything with it, they have not figured out a way to do it. So, nope. I've already done it. It's a way to help out quantum computers. Yes. Does not mean they've used it. Yeah, the chip uses the AIM. No, it's not. Again, buddy, I already know. I already know all about this. It's not. They're looking to implement it. It's not it's still like I said, exactly what I said. The chip, so the new, so Microsoft's new quantum compute, they got to implement it, and it's still literally not fully implemented yet. So they don't know how to do it or how to actually use it. So it's still technically a theory. They're looking to implement it, but they don't know how. Do you even know what that chip is, buddy? Buddy, you're talking to someone that does this stuff, that watches this stuff, has been doing this stuff for, I mean, many, many years. We're talking like almost like 20 years now. I've been up to date on this kind of stuff for quantum computers and stuff. Do you know that chip there is Microsoft's chip, and they have not implemented it into that chip yet? It's brand new. Exactly. Brand new right now. It does not mean quantum computers is brand new. It's been around for a very long time. It's just now the Microsoft quantum computer is so powerful, it's absolutely mind-boggling. Again, it has not, Majorana has not been implemented into the chip. They're trying to figure out a way to implement it into the quantum computer chip, but they have not been able to find a way. I know. Name a use case for quantum computers? Just getting really fast. Okay, so you know that they are trying to implement this. Well, actually, they were talking. I thought you watched the video. I thought you watched the video. Have you watched the full thing? They're hoping to get this into consumers in the future. Make it as small, like this big, or maybe even make it onto your wrist eventually. They're literally trying. They're trying to make it as small as possible. Your domain is searching stuff up on AI, bud. That's the only domain you got. This big. The chip is this big. They have to use liquid helium to cool it. Quantum computers are not like actual computers. The 1 and 0 can be a 0 and 1 at any given time. They can be a 1 or a 0. The 1 can be a 0, or the 0 can be a 1 at any given time. Yeah, and that's just one bit. Yeah, we have no choice, right? Yeah, so it's again electrically neutral. They have to implement that somehow, right? They still have not implemented it into any quantum computer or anything like that yet. Two superpositions. Yeah. Well, the thing is, they've built the chip. It's just a little chip, but they need you need a system to cool the chip. The cooling system to cool that little chip is literally massive, absolutely massive, and one of the coldest, what they call the coldest places on Earth. It's liquid helium. That's all it is. like a liquid helium robot that makes sure the CPU stays cool. The CPU, the quantum computer, stays cool. Again, what you sent me, I've already watched there, Yanni. It's nothing new. I've been up to date on the quantum computer from Microsoft for a while now. Again, they have not implemented it yet, though. But it's not going to help much. What's it going to help? I mean, if you do actual research on the internet, you can get the right answer, but you have to make sure you go into multiple sources and trusted sources for the information. If not, you're just going to get the wrong information every single time and think you're right because you read something off the internet. It's not how it works. Like, you literally have to do the research. That's still making stuff up. If you're going off of the wrong stuff, that's still technically making stuff up. And I don't trust you at all because all you do is search up the internet off of AI. Sorry. It's scaling pretty fast. I mean, compared to what it was before, yeah. Compared to what it was before, for sure. But again, you still need a huge system to keep these things cool. Maybe they can actually utilize it, but for now, there's not much for it. Is there any of those futures in which we succeed? We have to ask the quantum computer about this. Comes out with the answer in 2 seconds. No. Damn. If you think so. Whatever you want to say there, Hooves. It already does answer so much faster. It already does. So I mean, yeah, it's definitely not gonna take 1,000 years to build it. But I mean, again, we don't know. We actually don't know, unfortunately, right? There's a lot of theorizing that goes around, and we can implement it, but whether or not it's gonna work, it's just don't know. I like theory and all. Again, I do, but You got to be able to implement your theory into something. Well, how are you supposed to make noise if it's literally electrically neutral? How would it make noise? Of a form of noise. But again, you got to be able to implement it. It's not been implemented into anything really yet. Why would it not? Again, you literally need liquid nitrogen to cool it. It uses a lot of power. Thank you. The more you add qubits. Yeah, why would you not? Why would you not get more noise? It's very simple. It really is simple. Well, the more you add to something, the more noise you're going to get due to the fact there's so much things going on at once. Yeah, and they've done really well with, Microsoft's done really well with this new quantum computer. Again, that's theory. We're not even near that, so we're not sure. No, noise is, yeah, in a way, yeah, information is that, but it's also a lot of power. Power is more noise than anything, right? Electricity. You need electricity. Electricity puts in a lot of noise. Surrounding environment makes a lot of noise. Different particles around that environment makes a lot of noise. And you can't really get a zero resistance, but I mean, what do you think the particle accelerator has been so hard for them to actually get actual good readings from? Because you gotta have a no noise, zero vacuum type deal. It's gotta be completely done perfectly to even get something that's gonna be somewhat useful. Because let's say they're smashing these particles together. Well, what if a particle somehow just came out of the blue, which happens, and it hits that? Well, that messes the whole thing up. And they've done it. It's happened. It's happened before. It's hard to get zero noise, zero resistance, or, we just get lucky. We just get lucky a lot of times, right? Luck has a lot to play with our actual understanding of things. It's luck. Yeah, we know sounds. There's a lot of sounds. That's why a lot of stuff is built deep down into the ground. But again, there's still lots of stuff that's actually around that needs to be taken out. And to take that out, well, you got to figure out a way to do it. How's it going, Rob? It's like dark matter, right? Let's get lit. What kind of PC party should we have? Yeah, it's their new 4-stack nano ribbons surrounded by the gate. And date your artist, really. Work and family don't mix. Work and family don't mix. Oh, 7%. Geez, pretty good. How's it taste, though? You need more sugar? Yeah. What do you use for the sugar? Yeah, no doubt. you use for your sugar? Earth, like, why is the honey so true, eh? 1 minute here. What should we go over? What should we go over, though? I need some ideas here. Yep, dextrose, fructose, sucrose, maltose, verbose, all the rest of it. Yep. Yeah, I just don't know what you're using. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, of course. The more pure of a sugar is better. Do you use any kind of hops? You're talking to someone who knows something about something. Remember that. Let's go with Maz. Malt. Hmm. You use star anise. What else do you use? Oh, oh, okay, gotcha. Didn't know if you'd used your own kind of ingredients or not. That would have probably star anise in it. Oh, yes. It's what you like to do. Yeah, I don't drink, so I don't drink. Oh, yeah, of course it's gonna be cheaper if you make it yourself. Is it gonna be as good though? That's the thing. You have to make sure it's good. Holy, really? You must be doing some pretty big batches then, eh? So I don't care you're saying 20 cents. The hydro, the cost of two. And you have to boil 40 liter. Yeah, see? And some people are really picky. Some people will be picky. Not that we're all being picky on some things, though. How's it going, Teeth? I'm doing pretty good, thanks. Glad you're doing good as well. More like cheap enough to share. I'm no one buying 5,000 GPUs. What do you mean? No, I have not. I have not, buddy. I have not. Gone over a few things this morning that literally just came out. I have not come out with or know anything about that. How's it going, Nova? How you doing, buddy? What? Really? So I can go over here. A voucher system. Really? They're doing a trade-in program? Does small form factor card have any demerits? My friend was looking forward to buy a new 5070 Ti small form factor yield. They're not, well, they're not really small form factor, are they? I didn't know they were making a small form factor 50 series card. And it wouldn't be a 5070 Ti. Yeah, that's not a small form factor. Not like it's just a 2-slot GPU design or 2.5 slot. That's what they call small form factors. Yeah, because I've went all over this. There's no actual small form factors. There's nothing wrong with the cards. Yeah, small. Yeah, it's so true, Yanni. Smaller form factor. No, Zotac, Asus has their own too. Small form factor were like these little guys. There's no true small form factor 5000 GPUs. I went over this. I'm like, there's no way they just came out with one. You can basically distill anything. Have you not watched Nile Red, I think it was? He distilled a pair of latex gloves into like grape flavor. Yeah. Yeah, the smallest one is like a 2-fan, 2-slot design. But they also got 2-slot design, 3-fan, which is makes them longer, but they also make them cooler. Yeah, they only have 2-fan that I know of. 2-fan, 3-fan, and the smallest one's 2-slot, and then they got 2.5 slots. That's not small form factor though. That's dumb how they're coming up with that. And all these, literally, Asus, Gigabyte, and Zotac are all saying small form factor. They're not small form factor. It just means it fits into a smaller case, not into a small form factor case. Like a true small form factor, not like it's crazy. No problem, man. Yeah. It's just they're still big. They're still big. Yeah, the 2-fan cards aren't really great. They don't cool them that well, especially if you don't have good airflow. They just get so hot. Burbrand Burstock. Yeah, now red, now blue, now green. Good to watch for some things. Take it easy, Ron. Yeah. No, it's not just Gigabyte. Multiple brands. So yeah, say I would have heard about an actual small form factor 50 series card, but so far they haven't made a small form factor. The small form factors are like 4050s. And get actual small form factors. Video length determines if there's an ad put in place, and I do not put ads in place on my videos. I allow YouTube to do that. So every 10 or so minutes, you'll get an ad. If it's a longer video, if it's a shorter video, there won't be ads. I don't put ads in place on my videos. Only at the beginning of the video is going to be the ads, except for the longer videos, like the 30+ minute ones, there'll be one video. I can add a video in the center of it. I can add a video between, like I can go through my videos and add ads as that sounds. I could add one in if I wanted. Okay, I'm trying to make it so that way people enjoy some of the stuff I put out there. I don't want them to be like, oh, look at another ad. Because my average view rate right now is absolutely insane. I'm gigantic and big, yeah. It's so true, man. It's so true. Yeah, I got the benchmark playlist. I got a few playlists. I gotta update some stuff though. And I gotta again go through like 20 terabytes of hard drives, delete what I don't want, so that way I can start storing some of my newer stuff onto it. Yep. The comment, it helps too though. Commenting does help a lot. The commenting rate helps. Just like the video too, if you If you like the content, if you have any kind of questions, please let me know. Yeah, my average view rate's absolutely insane. It's really, really high. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's massive. Absolutely massive. Yeah, people thought the 1080 Ti was a big card. Yep. And the certain models are absolutely huge. I mean, actually, I can show a YouTube video of a chick holding it up. A reviewer. She holds it up and it's like, it's massive. Yeah. There she is. Cryptosita. Cryptosita. I mean, it's massive. Look at it. Oh, it's a 5080. It's only a 5080. Sorry, that was just 5080. That's just the 5080. Yeah, that's not the one I wanted. The 5090 is the one I wanted. My bad. I wanted the 5090. Pretty sure she held that one up too. There's another one on it.
This card is bigger than.
Oh
this card is bigger than
no,
your.
Buzz.
Meet the R.
Yeah.
This card is bigger than your. This card is.
There's a 5090. Holy crap. Absolutely massive.
Bigger than your. Meet the ROG Astral RTX 1590. This is a brand new cooler design from Asus. This big boy is packed with a vapor chamber and 4 fans, including one on the back to help pull airflow directly through the heatsink. Asus states that this will help improve airflow and pressure up to 20%. So will you be getting one? This card is bigger than your. Meet the ROG.
Massive. Yeah. It's big. Let's see. No, you wouldn't be able to. You have to be a full size. Yeah. I got a big PC case it would fit in. Gosh. I think it would fit in this. I think it would fit. Yeah, having some airflow with that card is definitely a need. And from 3080, 57 Ti, yeah, it's gonna be an uplift big time, especially ray tracing performance. For sure. What model did you get? The Tough? Yeah, it's a big card though. It's a pretty big card. Stay nice and cool though. It's got a good cooler on it. Just, yeah, it's a big card. One of the biggest cards for the 5070 Ti's. Have you tested it out in games? Have you got DLSS 4 all set up? Are you gonna be using DLSS 4? Are you gonna be using it frame gen at all? Do you play those kind of games? I mean, from 10 gig VRAM to 16, helpful too for 4K. The actual improvements, like the ray tracing improvements, absolutely crazy from 30 series to 50 series. Huge improvement. No, I just play Fortnite. Well, I guess that was not the greatest. Worth it. Never mind, it wasn't worth it. Yeah, you can play now with ray tracing. Helping Fortnite frames would be CPU. What CPU do you have? Like, is it a good CPU paired up with it, or you still running on like a 5600X from AMD? Oh, okay, not bad then. Not bad. Completely wipes the floor with them. So okay, yeah, not bad. You could definitely upgrade that to like a 13900K and see absolute maddening performance gains, especially in Fortnite. You could see crazy gains. i9 13900K, crazy gains for any esports games. You'll see a crazy improvement just going from 12th gen to 13th gen. But I mean, from an i5 to an i9, huge difference. i7 to the i9 is a big difference. I don't know how it connect. I would assume it has some sort of display out though. No, it wouldn't have an old monitor connector. It would not. It'd probably be designed in the motherboard. It'd be a motherboard designed for it, right? If it could. Yep, you can pair it with the Z690 board. I have 13900K with the Z690 OS Master. Yeah, not traditional. The way you would connect it is through like a server, a home server, right? Then you can control it from home server from anywhere in the world or next room over. You control it that way. It's over 4,000. How much gains would you get from the 12,700 to a 1,300K? You're looking at like 200 frames per second in esport games. Probably anywhere from 100 frames to 200 plus frames per second. From the 12,600K to 13,900K, I get over 200 frames just by switching out the CPU. Then you can overclock the RAM, like frequency and timings, give you more frames. Yeah, 12,600K with 37 Ti and like CS2, I do 400 roughly 400 frames average. And then with the 13,900K with the 3070 Ti, I do over 600 frames per second average without even RAM overclocking. With RAM overclocking, I average 650 plus frames per second. I'll have to do another test. No, I had a 12,700K LJ 1700. And if you can wait, Intel's coming out with new LJ 1700 CPUs that are performance cores only. 12 performance cores, 24 thread, 8 performance core, 16 thread, and I do believe 6 core, 12 thread. Only performance cores. Should be coming out maybe at the end of this year, early next year. Yep. They're coming out with new LJ 1700. They're also working on a new platform, 1954. Yep, yeah. They're working on it there, buddy. They're working on it. Should be good. Should be really good. Just performance cores. Yeah. Be really good for gaming. They'll probably be absolute monsters for gaming. You don't have to worry about disabling the cores. Disabling the cores on 13900K is perfect too, by the way. No E-cores, just put it into like gaming performance, disables the E-cores or do it manually. Then you can overclock it a little bit to all core 5.6 or 5.7, or what I do sometimes 5.8 gigahertz all core. And yeah, it's nice. Yeah, it gives quite a bit of boost in esport game. With a 12700K, you should, if you're gaming esports, disable the E-cores. You don't need them. Disable them. It'll save you some power. You can even overclock them, set it to all core. So sync all the cores to the same core frequency. You can even set a fixed core, like core voltage. You can even set a fixed core voltage. A little bit of tuning involved, but yeah. 5.6 gigahertz all core on my 13900K. I use 1.365 volts. That's all I need. I did German bratwurst, grilled cheese sauce, and hot mustard. That sounds really good. Sounds really good. Oh. Yeah, it's a hot dog. Like a special chili dog, basically. Not chili. Sounds really good, though. Sounds really good. Yeah, peak cores though, especially if you don't need all the cores. Some games don't utilize all the cores anyway, so just having the performance cores on, perfect. Lowers the temperature, lower the wattage, or you can, again, disable E cores and overclock the performance cores, give you some more frames. No. So what motherboard you on? You should be able to set different modes. There'll be like max performance, disable, and stuff like that. Do you have a gaming? Yeah, you have an ORS? All right. So set it to gaming performance. That will automatically disable the E cores. And then you're gonna have to go to TVB. I have a video on it. If you want to go check out the video, I have a video on tuning the 13th and 14th gen CPUs, and you can see in the video some settings that I use for some games. No, having E-cores for big tasks is good. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I do have some videos. I have 3 videos out there now about tuning 13th and 14th gen, but it does apply to showing you how to just use gaming performance. Gaming performance automatically disables the E cores, and then you want to go to TVB and sync all cores. And then also with TVB, you want to have the voltage on, so make sure it's on. And then race to halt, just disable race to halt. They don't need that. Since you're on Gigabyte, also for memory, you want to put it to enhanced performance mode, not enhanced performance mode. You want to put it to. A lot of people think enhanced performance mode is good. It's not. It can make things unstable. So you want to put it to Rec 2, REQ, and that would give you the best stability and performance gains for your RAM. E-cores are very efficient, right? That's why they're efficiency cores. It's just for gaming, you don't need them for gaming, and some games will actually utilize the E-cores for some reason. That's why I disable them. That way it's only performance cores, so you don't have to worry about things being bad. I should. But it depends on what motherboard you're on too. A lot of things change around for naming schemes and stuff like that. Everything's still the exact same. It's just naming schemes are just all around depending on the motherboard. So dumb. Even timings are weird. You know, all the timings for RAM are the exact same. That's what I don't get. It's like these timings are the exact same timings. So why do you change the name in the BIOS? Oh, because we gotta be different. You gotta be different. You gotta sound cool. No, you're just messing me up. I don't know how to, what timing is this? That's why I'm glad I know the timings. Is read writes, whether or not it's refresh or not. Because all these motherboards are completely different. So annoying. That's why I would like to have some money so that way I can buy a whole bunch of motherboards and that, so that way I can show people on different boards the appropriate ways to do stuff. Chat blips. Yeah, I can show people the basics of overclocking. I've got a few videos out there. They're old though, so they're not great. But yeah, I should do that. Should set it up. Maybe I'll set this PC up and do some overclocking on my main PC. Maybe do some more work on the Amazon's cheapest RAM kit. Yeah, so I don't like motherboards using their own voltages for the CPUs. It's always too high. Always too high. I don't like the way RAM manufacturers put too much voltage into the CPU and too much voltage into the RAM when it's not needed. So that's why overclocking is very beneficial. Longevity of parts are the last, and you can get more performance. Who doesn't like more performance using less power and having your hardware last longer? I know I do. Speaking of food, I should probably get some food after one meal. Jeez. Ugh. True. That would be a good name for it. Oh, I have a few. Give me a second here. It's like a month old now. Give me 1 second. I'll find it for you. I'll post it for you. I've helped a lot of people with some of these videos too. Help fix their instability issues. Let me make sure this is correct. Here, I'll just show it. If you just want to watch here for a second. Okay, so make sure I have window. Okay. Okay, so here, so you have Intel default settings disabled. CPU upgrade, gaming profile is what you want to set it to. That disables the E-cores. Now mine's at 5.6, again, 1300K. Generally all core, it's only 5.5, so I put 5.6 with less voltage. Again, 1.365 volts. My DDR5 is 7200 megatransfers, just on XMP. Have not done anything in the actual changing the timings. Did not show any of that. That's different videos for the timings, and that RAM's completely different than anything else. So
if you hate
I was going to do.
Need to download Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks ads on all your favorite sites.
Again, other YouTubers that say it's okay to use PL over voltage, ring voltage, and all these other voltages and raising them up. Don't do that. Just leave it on auto, which puts it to 0, which means there's no extra voltage. You don't need to do offset, negative offsets. Just don't worry about it. You can set your own when you set. So again, I lowered the SA voltage. Generally it's like 1.3, and you can lower it to 1.25 and still be good for up to 8,000 megatransfer per second. Memory boot. So right here, disable memory boot, so that way it'll be slower when you load up the first time, when you're done everything through this. So refresh clock 100, gear mode 2, disable fast boot, and then enhanced memory mode.
RAM.
Which will
so
go.
XMP should always do disable fast boot. Next time you boot up, you can just you can put it back to normal, or even put it to enable fast boot.
You can just go back into the BIOS afterwards and enable fast boot, and it'll be like as soon as you turn on the PC, you're basically almost in Windows. It'll be super snappy. But if you disable fast boot, it won't be. It'll have to do memory training. To get the memory training correctly, after doing XMP in that, you want to disable fast boot.
Disabling
or else the
fast boot
timings might
allows
not be
it to, go
appropriate.
through the timings, the motherboard can go through all the timings and make sure they're set proper.
So memory enhanced settings here.
Memory enhanced
Yeah,
setting.
put it to read EQ mode 2. I just call it rec mode 2. That's what you want to do. Not enhanced performance, not rec mode 1. Already done lots of testing on these. Enhanced performance makes stability on some RAM kits terrible. Rec EQ mode 1 is not very good. It's not, the performance isn't there. It's not there. So just use mode 2.
things for gigabyte boards, 2 and TRC.
And it's very stable.
So TRC.
Again, if you're having instability issues with your RAM, again, I lower the cast latency to 30, but if you're having stability issues as temperatures rises in the summertime, for the refresh here, so refresh 2 and then per bank refresh, you can raise those up by about 100, and that should help stabilize your RAM. For third timings, you don't have to really worry about them. The motherboard will put in some tight timings, but again, you have to learn more about RAM to do these kind of timings, like your read to reads, read to write, write to writes, and write to reads. And then voltages, you can just leave on, let the XMP do it, or you can manually set these to like 1.3 or 1.35 volts, and that'll be good for, again, up to 8,000 basically. Low line calibration for 13th and 14th gen, 12th gen. Some 12th gens like a nice droop. So as we're talking droop, a nice droop over time, the voltage goes down. It has like the nice droop on 13th and 14th gen. We're going to set that to high.
And generally,
we're not be setting it to turbo, extreme, or ultra extreme. Ultra extreme is like a flat line. Voltage just basically stays the same. But since I do a fixed core voltage, you can do a fixed core voltage and have the load line, so that way the voltage drops off just slightly, not much. It'll still just drop off slightly, and it gives you a nice droop, which you want. And then again, high. You can test it out on your 12700K if high works, which if it does, that's perfect. It'll help longevity of your CPU basically, because the voltages will tear off. I'm glad my videos are there, buddy. Well, you should get yourself some sleep though. I'm safe to do this on 12th gen? Yeah, it's completely safe. Everything I'm showing there is less than what your motherboard would actually use. Like less voltages, everything's way better doing it this way. I've shown it in the videos. This is almost a 40-minute long video, so I'm just trying to skip through stuff for you. So again, Intel default settings, yes, it's going to say blah, 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 this and that. It doesn't matter, all right? It doesn't matter. It's not like it's changed anything. You can literally change whatever you want now to whatever voltages you want without, way past Intel spec now. Basically, it's what it's saying. It's going to give you the warning, though, when you disable it, but just do it. For CPU upgrade gaming profile, all that does is, again, is disable the E-cores. That's all it does, man. That's all it does. And you can do that manually too. You can even go into settings and disable the E-cores yourself manually if you wanted. So here again, we're gonna keep hyper-threading on. Intel speed shift, it's cool to keep it on, but if you do fixed core, like what I do, it's a fixed core.
Offset, we don't need to worry about any of these.
Race to halt. So always keep thermal monitor on, all right? So just keep it to auto. Don't worry about that one. Bring the core offset down bin. You can disable that with CPU ceased function. Disable that. Race to halt. Disable it. Energy efficient turbo. You can disable it. Turbo boost technology. Just leave it to auto. And turbo boost technology 3.0. You can keep that enabled. Sometimes disabling it can help, but I've done testing and it doesn't really matter. And then you go look at frequency TVB. Frequency TVB, I'm not sure if it's on the 12th gen, to be honest, but frequency TVB is locking all cores, syncing all cores is what you can do.
At least, anyways, but.
And then voltage reduction initiated TVB, you don't want that. You don't want it to do dropping off the voltages, let the load line do stuff like that.
Voltage reduction TVB, you can enable that or disable it. First, E-cores is disabled.
Again, this is where I'm showing that you can do, instead of having gaming performance on, disable it. You can go into your own settings, go to CPU cores, enabled mode, random, doesn't matter. You can select each core too, and you can just disable that, put it to 0.
Is disabled, so just say 0.
So that way it's only performance cores.
Disabled, but it is
for AVX, if you need the AVX, This is the settings I use for my AVX, so that way I'm getting the maximum performance out of my AVX settings. C state, might as well just leave it enabled. Doesn't really change much. Plus, let the load line change stuff as well. And then you can just set all these settings. And then you can use XMP for the 7600. Again, this is an XMP booster built onto the board. 7600, which will raise up the cast latency and the timings to help stability with the same voltage. And then we go back to that. No, I haven't tried hot English mustard. Oh, these ads. I feel bad for you guys now.
Lower than that.
And then cache write latency is a good one to lower, but you can only lower the cache write latency, and the cache latency is if you raise the voltage to keep stable. It's a whole different thing. So I'll just go over some things quickly here. And here's the runs. As you can see, the core voltage, V core here, 1.356 volts. That's all it's using right now, and it'll go up to a max of 1.367. It's plus or minus like 2 millivolts basically. So again, there it is, all of the voltages. The DRAM, the VCC and all that, it's like a bug. It's not really this high. Again, I set it to 1.25, but for some reason it bugs out. So these are not true voltages. Again, a lot of people need to realize when manually tuning that some things are bugged and will just show higher than what it is. And system agent here, 1.275 volts, set it to 1.25. You're going to get a plus or minus on that, so it might raise itself slightly. Vid max, so vid is the requested voltages. It's trying to request more voltage, but since I have it set, it's not going to go past this. It won't even go past 1.367 technically. Again, it's plus or minus depending on how good the motherboard is. A whole bunch of depends. And then temperatures will be really good.
Roughly. It's plus or minus a little bit.
And I'll be running.
Nothing's perfect in this world.
SimBench here just to show
SimBench
stability in that. Again, a lot of people have already used these settings with their unstable systems because Marvel Rivals, for some people with the 13th, 14th gens, were having incredible amount of instability in that. They went off of this here and instantly fixed it, and they're happily gaming now. So I'm glad that worked out for them. There's a bunch of fixes that you can do with 13, 14 gen CPUs for Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals just terribly unoptimized. You'll have like incredibly high frames, and all of a sudden it just drops frames. That changes a whole bunch. So stock settings is absolutely terrible.
Degrading your CPU.
Yeah, I show
Asus.
Everything here.
I love Asus, but that's what happened. So here. Again, 1.356 volts is all it's going.
So yeah.
Request.
Yeah, try to request more, but it's only gonna get so much. So again,
it's requesting 1.423 volts for the max, but it's only allowing 1.356 volts. Temperature 92 degrees.
So temperature is really high. The temperature is really high. The room was really hot, and I had to remount my cooler. So temperature is really high. I only hit about 82 degrees Celsius. And then wattage can be all over the place too. So you can set the wattage down to lower wattages. You don't have to have like what I do here and set everything to max. You don't have to. I just do overclocking, so having everything set to max just gonna help me out. And then show another run.
It's 23,000 points again.
That's another run here. Again, showing everything. And performances for like Y cruncher. Y cruncher is a stressful test. So
because of the timings that I put in.
Temperature is really high again because
nothing crazy. I didn't
had to
change
remount the
to
cooler.
a crazy amount, but we did lose 30 seconds. So awesome.
So yeah, everything is stable here. Then I play Marvel Rivals too, so showed all the fix there. Again, he uses AI. He literally loves to use AI to search stuff up. No problem, bud. And then, yeah, again, you'll probably use less wattage. Having everything set for that for your games too, it should actually maybe improve your frames a bit more, because then just in case the game's utilizing your E-core for some reason, it'll help out that as well. I do. I do have experience with it. Yeah, I have experience with AM4 and AM5. Again, I do my research on it, talk to people that actually know and use these CPUs too, as in professional overclockers. So I have quite a bit of knowledge for AM4 and AM5 as well, especially RAM overclock and AM5. I got quite a bit. If you follow my one live stream, instead of having crazy voltages like some other YouTubers put out there for these crazy voltages for 8,000, I use still 1.4 volts, and then VDD and VDDQ are only at 1.35 volts or 1.375 volts, and it's all stable. 8,000 CL38. If you put AIO on top of your case, it's taking all the actual temperature from the GPU and what's inside the case and going through it, which is just heating up the water more, which is going to take the longevity of it away. So it's pointless. And UK crabs, lobster. Yeah, some people are. They're right back. Canadian lobsters are better. Clam chowder is good. Must have been a Canadian lobster. Both revealing, copy and paste it. Do your thing. I don't like fish. Mm. Tasmanian seafood? What do you mean? Explain your Tasmanian seafood. Mm. Indian food's good. And pain is all I know. I really do. Yep, eating healthy is what people should be doing. Or the Southern Ocean. I have not. I have not heard of a Southern Ocean. Please, to explain. Copy and paste away. Makes food so delicious. So good. Yeah, being a vegetarian would be limited options. I mean, you gotta be vegetarian if you're saying that you're vegetarian. Sound like a vegetarian. No, no, no. Born? No. Yeah, why would you not be served well? Lots of options for it. Tons of options. Where you're getting your meat. All fruit diet, man. You must love your sugar. You must love your sugar. Are you sure you're not diabetic? Or have you not become diabetic because of all the fruit you eat? People be like, oh, it's not the same. It is. I hear you. I was making a joke. Well, yeah. Parasites and everything. Bacteria and everything. It's all good. Yeah, same. I can go without fish. I mean, tuna done up right with lots of mayo and other things in it. It's not bad, but really don't care for fish. I only eat about 3 ounces of meat a day. It's more than most people. Yeah, as long as you're eating proper and that full belly, it's all that matters. You still have to get your vitamins, nutrients, right? Minerals, iron intake. And being so it's not like you have to worry about your protein as a vegetarian or vegan. You get tons of protein. Yeah. I wish we could eat about that much meat a day, to be honest. Just too expensive. I don't like fresh fish. I don't like fish. No, thank you. Yeah. Hopefully they're consuming it at least so that way they're not wasting it. The proteins that you ingest, if you do not burn or like build muscle or burn it off, turns into fat. So a lot of people don't realize protein can turn into fat. Yeah, it does take a long time to digest steak. But throughout a day, the problem. You just can't eat, your body cannot absorb all the whatever's in the steak, proteins and everything else within an hour. Every hour is how much you should be ingesting certain stuff. Got an error 61. What did you do? Shouldn't be an error. Turn it off, turn it back on. Check the postcodes as it's going. Because if it's staying on 61, there's an issue, but there shouldn't be an issue. Don't put the voltages in that I used. It's not the same voltage for your CPU. Again, that's what I said. That's the voltage I use for my 1300K. Just leave the voltage to auto. Check the voltage when you're in the operating system. Yeah, you're just disabling E-cores and setting certain parameters for the RAM. Makes it work better stability. Yeah, moderation's healthy. Yep, best to eat a little bit of everything. I don't like lamb. I really don't like the taste of lamb. How's it going, Theo? Yeah, turkey's pretty good. I'd rather have chicken though. Why do you need zip ties? I mean, I guess if that's done right? Maybe I just didn't have the lamb shanks done right. Oh, lamb. Oh, the cable manage. Gotcha. I don't use zip ties. I'd rather use the Velcro style. $300,000. I'm just taking a wild guess. Probably like 1.2 million. I say 300,000. There's 300,000 sheep in Australia. But sheep is different. 79.1 million sheep. $79.1 million. 79. Oh, he wouldn't be out of the grass. 79.1 million. That's a lot of sheep. All right, sounds good deal. See you in a bit. Yeah, it's a lot of sheep. And that's good. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to take it back apart. That's why I like the Velcro style, because again, I take apart my stuff all the time. So the Velcro style zip ties are very handy. That's wondering if it's just really good wool. You'd probably have a lot of good wool there. Blue screen. Are you sure you followed my steps? What are you setting that's wrong? Okay, set everything to default and just put it to game performance. That way it just disables the cores. It should be code A0, not anything else. Code A0 is what you want to look for. That's everything's working. I see 5599. Well, clear the BIOS. You definitely did not follow my steps. Well, the steps that you should have followed. I said you're just disabling the E-cores. Yeah, just clear the BIOS. I'll refresh everything anyways for you. Then go to... Wait, do you have Discord? I have a Discord link in the description. You have Discord? Well, in the Discord, I'll go live with you. You can stream on Discord, show me the BIOS, and I'll tell you what to set. No, you want to do it through the BIOS. You don't want to have extra apps and stuff. Just more bloat for no reason. Only 5% of the global wool exports. That's insane. A lot of wool. Yeah, that's why BIOS is better. Why BIOS is better. Hey, Troy, you there? Do you have Discord? We can go through this for you. So I don't know what you're setting exactly, because you shouldn't have an error after setting. Just disabling E-cores basically. And then putting the read EQ mode to 2. It's more stable. It's the stablest one you want. It's a recommended one to use. Do you have your phone? You can just do it through your phone. So that way you can point at the BIOS, at the monitor. Take it easy, Ashant. Goodbye, Shanti. You have no clear seamless button on an Ors? I'll do that probably this weekend. I will probably do it this weekend. How do you have no what motherboard is it? What motherboard do you have? Yeah. I get Discord and then we can go through some steps just to make sure you're setting it all right. Just to make sure it's all set right. That's what we want to do. You really are. You really are, Hooves. It's a lot of wool. 45%. Tier 3. Thanks, Born. Really? More sheep than people? Insane. Sleep is good. Get sleep. Sleep is for the weak. Okay, you got it? So Discord link in the description. Just go on the video. Click on the description. Click on the Discord link. I'll bring you right to my Discord. Feta cheese is good. Yep. There we go. So now you're going to scroll down until you see voice channel 1. Go into voice channel 1. I'll be there. Okay, and then you're going to do stream. Make sure you stream and then point the camera at the monitor. Not to you. Yep. Should be a button. But tap on the screen and then it should have a flip button. Yeah. Yep. So your motherboard does not have a reset? It does. Other one does. Okay. Does it have jumper pins on the motherboard anywhere? Because that GPU is massive too. So take a look. Oh yeah, I mean, such a tight spot.
Yeah.
No. You'll have to take out the CMOS button. But what you can do is it still on? Is it still showing the error? I can't see. What's error code? Yeah, on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, it's firing it up, and then whenever it hits its error code there, you gotta press Control Alt Delete. It should restart it, and it might switch it back to clear the BIOS for you. Might. I think it's the Elite. Isn't that the Elite? Oh, it's a Pro. Okay. Wait, I thought all the Oruses actually had a reset button on them. Yep. And it's got a clear CMOS. Yeah. BIOS reset and clear. Yep. AD. Oh, 61. 61. Oh. That's memory. Well, yeah, don't you? Yeah, that's why you did CL30 and the board won't be able to handle it unless you raise the voltage. Yeah. Yeah, and I know how to set all the timings and that and the voltages too. Yeah, the changing that to CL30, you have to technically raise the voltage of the RAM to be able to keep it stable. So it is going through correct code. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Everything I'm showing should be fairly simple and 100% safe for everyone. Doesn't matter if it. Yeah, it's just a RAM timing. That's why when you got the blue screen, because it errored out on you. No, code's still checking, still trying to do its thing. So, like, literally just been able to get it in there. Yeah. Massive. That looks sick. That's a sick setup. I'm sorry to say, I don't like your RGB one. Does it? That looks sick. Yeah. And it's good for cable management too. It looks nice and clean.
Just like not as one.
It's just going through memory time. That's all it is. It's just memory.
Gotcha.
So what you can do. Oh, no problem. What you can do right now though is just delete. Press the delete button over and over as fast as you can. And just keep doing that. Once it reboots, it'll probably do another reboot. That's why having a maximum of 3 resets, and then it goes back into the BIOS. That's the best setting to do too. Guess I didn't show that in the video. Yeah, for the new one, yeah. First, change any RAM timings. Because yeah, if you mess around with the RAM timings and let's say it doesn't let you back into the BIOS, what you can do is set it in the BIOS. That way it only reboots 3 times and then resets everything. See one. Yep. Completely reset. Yep. Keep hitting it. I'm very good with memory timing. So what you set there was the cast latency, and you have to raise the voltage if you want to lower it, basically. All right, so what you're gonna do is press Control Alt and Delete. So press Control Alt, hold that button, and press Delete really fast. Let's see if we can get. instead of having to take everything out, because you gotta have to turn off the power, take off the CMOS battery, basically. If this doesn't work, which is brutal. Or you can just turn off the power, hold the power button down. So the power button, like just turn it down, on the power supply, just turn that off and then hold the power button for 30 seconds. Just make sure it drains all the capacitors. Okay, perfect. So yeah, like I said, the control delete can work. So there you go. And then you're just gonna use the keyboard. No. Okay, never mind. It might not work. Yeah, just use the keyboard, press enter, load Ultima defaults. You can go into the BIOS. Okay, worked. Okay, so go to that RAM setting there. Go back to the RAM timings. Rec mode, see how you see the RDEQ mode 1? Put that RDEQ mode 2. Down 1, yep. Perfect. No, there's rec mode 2. No, I don't use rec mode 1. It's unstable. It's an unstable setting for Gigabyte, so I don't use it. So go to timings now. And change. Yeah, press 0, just make it auto again. And just go back. Yeah, you can just go to, press 0 and go scroll down, it'll change it to auto. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. So since you're at such a low frequency anyways, it could be tighter. So just keep those as 0, let the motherboard handle it. You see where it says 1616 for the TFAW and that? Change that back to 0. Let your RAM, because I'm not sure if you're using Hynix A die. Hynix A die will not go that low. Hynix M die will. TRFC and TRFC PB. So per bank refresh and refresh for the RAM sticks. Those are, yeah, you can, change them to 0. Make sure the 0, 0, 0. So that turns it back to auto. Let's leave that all auto. Okay, now go back to the front, the front page for the tuning. I want to see what we got for on gaming mode. Yeah, so you see where it says 56, also make that auto. Yeah, let your CPU do for now until we can figure out what it's cool with. I want to see what your kind of cooling is and see if we can overclock it. Just leave it to auto. Did you put, we'll go back to see the TVB frequency though. Did you sync all cores? And you see where the voltage is 1.365, just put that to auto, let it do its thing. Because it might not even need 1.365. Or it might need more. Yeah. Okay, so now you gotta go into advanced settings. I'm sorry. PCCSA. Yeah, that's a SA voltage for your RAM. Just set that at 1.25, not even 1.3. 1.25 would be just fine for you. It's a nice low voltage. Yep. What's it say? Can you scroll up so I can read it? It's just too bright on my screen. Yep, that works. Yep, works just fine. Scroll back up. And we're going to go into CPU settings there. Yep. And it looks good, looks good. Can you go down to the frequency TVB? Down, yep. Up. Frequency TVB. Yep. And then, what's that say? It's just too bright. I can't read it. Press enter on it. Yeah, just press enter on it. That might help. Yeah, I can't read it because it's so bright.
Ow.
No, I still can't read it. Press enter though. You see where it says core sync? Click core sync. So that locks all your cores. Okay, so that locks all your cores to one frequency, to the highest frequency now. So your highest frequency on 12700K is like what, 5.2 or 5.3 gigahertz. All performance cores will now be synced to that. So press escape. Yep. Now you see the one below it, enhanced TVB. Enable. You see voltage reduction initiated TVB. Disable that. Is this okay? Okay, good. And everything looks good. Now that should work for you, and start your, save that and let your PC. It might take a second for it to redo the memory timings, but that looks good. And that will, it should be fairly quick, but these gigabyte boards, for some reason, doing the disable memory boot can take a while for the timings, unfortunately. Yeah. And then when this works, and then you've done testing on everything to make sure it's nice and stable, what you want to do is save the profile, and then what you want to do first is put the disabled fast boot to enable fast boot, save that profile, boom. And now it'll be like, the fastest you've ever had it. Yeah, just turn on your PC. You'll be basically in the Windows within 30 seconds. Boom, baby. Yep, should.
Let's see here. Oh, I got installed. I just installed this copy of it.
Well, that is your background screen. That's actually a pretty sick background screen.
Yeah, I didn't install that. What is it? The CPU ZD?
Oh, CPU Z. Yeah. Yeah, you can use CPU Z. I think it's around there for the 12700K. It's 5.2 or 5.3. One sec here, make sure. Oh, it's only 4.7. And it can turbo boost to 5 gigahertz. But all cores 4.7. You could probably do 5 gigahertz though. Easy. Well, check your temperature. Do you have hardware monitor? HW monitor? Okay, so go to Google. It takes a second to download. Go to Google HW monitor. It's going to be in CPU ID. That's the spot for the download. You'll see it'll be like a big purpley, pinky color. Okay, and you can use other software, but CPU ID there. So click on the hardware monitor software. So you gotta click on that. You gotta scroll down just a little bit until you see setup English, 32-bit and 64-bit. Yep. There you go. Do all that. 4.7. 4.9. Well, that's sweet. That's actually pretty good then. That's awesome. Okay, perfect. You can check the temperatures with the hardware monitor. We'll look at your temperatures and voltages, see if the motherboard's doing a good job. What temp is it? You gotta have to scroll up, I think it is. Up. Right off the bat, you always have to scroll up. It's odd for this one. Okay, go down. Oh, wait, 1.332. Looks okay. Go down. And then you want to see package temp there, 33. Okay, so you want to load up a game quickly, whatever you use for games and that, and see what, leave that open though. Load up a game, do whatever for a little bit. I want to see what the temperatures hit. And the temperatures are within a good limit. You can raise the core frequency to 5 gigahertz, and it'll be 5 gigahertz all core, and that'll be nice. Right. Yep, leave that back. Yep. So that way it can monitor everything and show me the voltages and that. See if the motherboard is being appropriate. It seems like the voltage is a little high than what I would use technically for that CPU, but it's within spec. So yeah, because generally with my 12600K, I do 5 gigahertz all core at 1.265 volts, but I have a really good 12600K. And let me know what your frames are looking like, because it could help. Disabling the E-cores could help the frames too. And since it's now all core 4.9, it should be a bit more frames for you. Yep, do your thing. How's it going, Joe? All right, sounds good, Joe. Have yourself a good day. We have more kangaroos than iron ore here. Welcome back, Theo.
Hey,
900K. I would technically wait for these new releases. Should be no finicking around. You just put the CPU in, and it should be a really good CPU without even having to do anything. Again, probably by the end of this year, early next year for the new LGA 1700 CPUs, which again, the top of the line will be 12 core, 24 thread, and then the medium tier, 8 core, 16 thread, and the low tier, 6 core, 12 thread. But they're all performance cores. There's no E cores on them whatsoever.
and
Great. So what about like your settings? Do you have like maxed out settings too? Okay. Yeah, let's say you did upgrade to like a 13900K, a 14900K, you'll see a lot more frames. A lot more frames. It's just, I don't know if you're cool. What AIO do you have? Oh, it is an EVGA one. Nice, man. I love EVGA products, especially the graphics cards.
except on my right and temperature back. That's funny.
Yeah, you can press Alt Tab and see the temperatures now. Check the temperatures and check the voltages, see what the max voltage is.
Oh, we have someone looking for it.
Scroll, yeah, up, and so see that they didn't change, so that's perfect. It's good. Scroll down till you see package. Whoa, right there. So see the package temps. You hit 71 degrees Celsius. So well within the temperature limits. Nope, that's wattage. Up a little bit. Right there, yep. That's way well looked at. So the package temp hits 71. Yep, that's your CPU. And then if you press that plus arrow by the cores there, yep, that'll show you all the temperatures of all your cores. All 8 of them. Yeah. And as you can see, some cores are going to be a lot lower temperatures than other cores. That's just how it is. We got 71C. That one right there, for that CPU, I believe it's like 90 or 95. But I wouldn't. I like seeing that 71. So you could probably go back into the BIOS and lower the voltages. So set a fixed core voltage, and we can lower the voltages to like probably 1.315, and it'll probably be stable still. I would like to, because that'll lower your temperature, and then you don't need that much kind of voltage, right?
I just can't say I do nothing else. That's what over here. That's that UPT or 80 core that I was talking at this.
Yeah. Yeah, I think your other system's pretty good too. I just can't believe how that GPU literally just fits inside that case. Hold on, I want to show everybody that. One second, let me make the screen bigger. Look at that. It just fits the GPU inside. I mean, like, it's like a little, just fits inside the case. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely massive. Look at that.
Wait till it was burping off.
Yeah, probably because the cooler is just so big in aluminum. Most of it's probably aluminum with some copper pipes. Yeah, that's just the tough model. Yeah, it does have a big cooler. It's a 5070 Ti, I believe. You'd have to use some sort of RGB controller that links to it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough model 5070 Ti. And this is the best way for games, in my opinion. If this is your gaming rig, this is the best way. Just have the performance cores. You'll be less wattage used, cooler temperatures, which means you can overclock it more. Just the best way, in my opinion. But plus, some games are not optimized to have a whole lot of core CPU, and then you have a P-core, E-core CPU. It doesn't like it. It might use an E-core for some reason, and then you have low-end frames. Yeah, it's the one you wanted. Okay, so go to the advanced CPU settings, or no, scroll down. Sorry, scroll down until you see core voltages. See the voltage mode. See where it says DSC. Yeah, that one. Click that and put fixed. Fixed, because you remember now you lock the cores to all core. At 4.9. So no, you gotta scroll down to where it says auto. And then you gotta do 1.315. That will probably help. That'll help lower your temperatures too, especially if you're gaming for a long period of time. 1.315. And I have to scroll down a bit. Yep, 1.5. That should work. I would do 1.315 to see if it's stable. Yeah. Perfect. Now you can just save and exit that. I should put down the temperatures. I hope the temperature says 69. Nice. The temperature will be lower too, and then less voltage. Motherboards will give too much voltages, in my opinion, for CPUs. Yeah. Voltage and heat. Put them together, you'll degrade your CPU faster. So I always manually tune my stuff.
And
Yeah, they do. That's GDR6X or 6. Yeah, they run hot. That 5070 Ti, I bet it's so much better for that. Yeah. And probably less wattage too.
I'll thank God we don't redo the game.
Yep. And hardware, yep, exactly, yep. And then redo the game, test it out, and then after we've done this, if you just want to, test it out with your game for a long period of time, however long you game on, make sure it's all stable.
Here, I keep I'll on the F. And here,
VCCSA in that could be broken in that monitoring and a lot of monitoring things, so you won't really see it. But let me check. Let's see what you're seeing here. So yeah, scroll up. You don't really need to worry about anything down below. But you see where it says, wow, your RAM's really high voltage, to be honest, for 6,000. That's okay, whatever. See where system agent is? It says 1.245. You set it to 1.20. It's going to fluctuate in between a little bit more voltage and a little bit lower. It all depends on how well the actual motherboard handles the voltages, but that's good. You could lower it, to be honest, to 1.2. The system agent handles for RAM. But you're way below spec, way below what the RAM kit actually wanted the system agent to be at, which is perfect. You want it to be lower. You see the vid max? Vid max is called the requested voltage. See how it says 1.238, but scroll all the way up to where it says vCore again. So you have to scroll all the way up. See how now it says only 1.308? That's the actual voltage the vCore is getting.
gotcha.
So you set it to 1.315. It might fluctuate between like that 1.308 to 1.317 or even 1.32, which is again way lower than what the motherboard had it at. But again, we gotta look for stability. So test it out in the game, and then we'll see what the temperatures are like. It should lower the temperatures as well. Which again, lower temperature, lower voltage means you'll have a longer lasting CPU with zero issues. Yeah, 71. Kind of like deers here in Canada, their hooves. Pretty light.
Sorry, no.
Perfect. And Fortnite's basically all you've been playing lately? Okay. I know a lot of people play it, so I don't. Your go-to? Got it.
Oh. Oh. Oh, God.
Yeah, and you never know. You might start playing a different game and you have the hardware for it now. I used to play CS2, Apex Legends, a little bit of League of Legends, and now new Marvel Rivals.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, I used to be top 1000 in CS2 for a little bit. But generally, I just do overclocking and PC hardware stuff. I'm a top overclocker in Canada, so that's why I know a lot of this stuff.
I dropped some whatnot. No,
Yep. Yep, I got a lot of old equipment. Some GPUs 20 years old, some CPUs 20 years old. Yep. You got to do it all. If you want to become one of the best overclockers, you got to do it all, not just the latest stuff. All of it. Yeah. Okay, so it goes against CPU versus CPU or CPU core versus CPU core. So one core all the way up to 192 cores or whatever. It goes against that. And then there's world records and records. I have 12 records. I'm going for a world record this year for a 10-core CPU.
Nice.
Yeah. Kangaroo is a big rat. Possums are freaking vicious, man. Some of them don't play dead. Yep, I can hear it. Temp. What's the template? I'm here. I'm here.
Can't you on speaker now? All the off.
What? No, you can't. Don't get me on speaker. You got me muted? Click on the screen and see if the mute button's there. There you go. Is that there? Nope. You muted yourself. Everyone, one sec. I'll rejoin, see if that helped. Did that help? Can you hear me?
I hear. If this call said there was a fugitive in our area.
Oh, wow. Well, hopefully they get him.
You said Nathan.
Yeah, I want to see what the temp's now, what it says. That's odd. Yeah, Discord's kind of broken.
Say so.
Hello. Still no?
I hear. Okay.
I bet City Skyline. Well, minus Tech Tips, I think, did a video on a server playing City Skylines. It still used a lot of cores. Scroll up, see voltage is good, still the same. And then scroll down till you see package temperature. See, yep, temperatures for 70. So it went down a little bit, and he did play a little bit longer, but temperatures went down a little bit, which is good. Yep, and the voltage is a lot lower, so perfect. And you're only and you're at 4.9 gigahertz all core, so better than the 4.7 what it would have been at.
You think it's good to go from there?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
I appreciate everything, dude.
No problem, man. No problem at all. I gotta go make myself a coffee. All right, so if you need any help though, like say you get a different RAM kit or you want to overclock your RAM kit, we can do this again, and I'll show you how to do some RAM timings and that. One thing you'll want those Typhoon burner as well. So we'll get into that later though. That way I can figure out what ICs you have. No problem, man. Have yourself a good one. Peace. Bam. So another happy guy. So yeah, he's that's good. Temperatures are really good. Voltages are really good. A lot lower than what the actual motherboard did. So that's awesome. Yeah, woohoo. That's awesome. Yeah, it should be nice and stable. If it's not stable, you might have to raise the voltage by like 5 millivolts, but you should be 100% stable by the looks of it. Temperature down a little bit too, so you could do long gaming and not have to worry about temperatures going up. It's only P cores, so everything should be a lot smoother, and you probably won't have as low of 1% lows either. So, and you have a high refresh rate monitor. Holy, 360 hertz, you said? Insane, man, insane. I'll be right back though. I'm just gonna make myself a quick coffee. Let's go. Get your water to boil. Use the water to boil. Possums also eat fruit trees. They eat fruit trees? What are you talking about? I used to watch a lot of Animal Planet. It's a movie food. Make sure water doesn't boil too much. After good coffee. I need 5% CPUs. It's brutal. I feel bad for him, he says. All right. Overclocking constants. I don't know if that's good or not. Never played City Skylines, so I don't know. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess a lot more going on, so the CPU has to keep up with it, right? Pretty sure Linus Tech Tips did a video on a server, 192 core server or something like that, for City Skylines, and it can use a lot of cores. Insane, in my opinion. Absolutely insane. Yeah, yeah. Why is it so slow? Yep, you're good to enable fast boot. It should be, boom, even faster than what it is. Yep. Now you can enable fast boot now. And then when you enable fast boot, save that profile. So that way you can always have that profile just in case you have to do something. And if you ever update the BIOS, you cannot use that profile though. That's the thing. Because the BIOS will be completely different and everything will just mess up. I've showed it in live streams. It messes things up. And Wolverines are pretty cool, but they're little nasty little things. You can focus on a bus and it follows the entire route. Wow. Nope, they got lockjaw too. That's why they match on. They got lockjaw. Like some dogs have lockjaw. And they bite down to a certain point and can lock. Then you got Tasmanian devils with one of the strongest bite forces. Just tiny little things that brutal. And then you got badgers. Honey badgers will literally fight bears. Yeah, pound for pound, but you put a Wolverine up against a honey badger. Pretty sure the honey badger is going to win. Due to the fact its characteristics, its skin, its the actual thickness of skin, its flexibility. Nah. Honey badger. Honey badger wins all day long. It's the same species, but it's not the same characteristics, body makeup. The bone structure of a honey badger's tougher density bone structure. Again, its flexibility, like literally like anything that bites onto it can't hold on to it or generally bite through its skin. And it can literally just wrap around and bite the neck of whatever it's being bitten by. Yeah, dash hounds, yeah. And they weren't there. They weren't to hunt them. They wouldn't go near them. They just sniffed them out and tracked them, and then led them into being shot. Dash hound would get mauled by a badger. Mauled. Yeah, just as spicy. They're nasty. Wolverines are nasty. Yeah. Yeah. Honey badgers take on bears. They take on bears. They will fight a bear. They don't care. Honey badgers don't care. Yeah, they flushed them out of the holes in that. But if the honey badger got a hold of that dash hound, I would feel bad for it. Yeah, Tazies get their name for, because of Looney Tunes. But sorry, honey badger. Honey badger wins all day long. Because it's the same type of species. They got just like the Tazzy there in the Wolverine. They don't care. They don't care. But let's say they get a hold of one of them gets a hold of them, they're done. Honey badgers literally can get out of a lot of things, and it's harder for animals to grab a hold of them because of their skin, of how flexible they are, really. So they're saying the Wolverine because it's size and strength. But the honey badger has, again, the tough hide that makes it so that way it's harder. They're extreme aggressive behavior. Venom resistance. So the honey badgers are resistant to snake venom and other venoms and poisons. Honey badgers will go up to like a bee's nest and just start eating out of it while they're being stung because it doesn't do anything. They're saying a honey badger could beat a Komodo dragon. Because again, resistance to its. No, they're immune to venoms, toxins, bacteria infections, a whole bunch of things. Oh, brown snake versus Wolverine? Probably. Wolverine's not immune to venoms. The honey badger is. The honey badger's immune. Again, the honey badger will just go up to a bee's nest and literally start eating it while there thousands of them are stinging it. Just doesn't care. Does not care. They're saying that the honey badger versus Wolverine's like a 50-50 basically. Even though the honey badger's half its size. Less than half its size. Over a brown snake? Probably. Don't they eat snakes? I thought they ate snakes. Honey badgers do. Honey badgers eat snakes. Yeah, and also its thick skin also helps for a lot of things. No, Wolverine's no joke. 100% no joke. But they're literally saying, yeah, even though the honey badger is less than half its size, it will put up a good fight, and it's either a 50-50 on whether or not the Wolverine or the honey badger will win. It's literally a 50-50. Yeah, brown snakes are very dangerous. Brown snakes are like ruse everywhere. They everywhere, man. They everywhere. All right. Oh. They are. They are both deadly. They both have thick skin. Honey badger has a thicker skin, but it's also like it can, if it gets grabbed by around the neck by like a bear, it can literally turn around and bite the throat of the bear. Like that's how crazy they are. Like their skin is so thick and so dense that if the badgers or the honey badger is fast enough without the bear actually like maybe snapping its neck, it could actually take out the bear. And again, flexibility of the skin, bone density on both the Wolverine and the badger are really high. Oh, definitely. Yeah, there would be some crazy stories in Australia. Spiders the size of footballs. That's enough to keep me away. I'm out. What is the most venomous snake? I know they've had, complaints, or not complaints, but like theorizing more or less back in the day about what is the most? Is it still the type of cobra? King cobra, I think it is. Is that still one of the most venomous snakes? Yeah, those are big spiders. Big spiders. Yeah, definitely want to do that. Is it the black mamba? I thought the black mamba was a type of cobra, is it not? Oh, coral snake. That's what I was thinking of too. Yeah, it might be the coral snake. No, it's not. It's the India tapan. So the potency venom has high LD 50, lethal dose of 50, meaning a small amount of venom is needed to kill at least 50% of a population. complex mixtures. So the mix contains toxins that can paralyze muscles, inhibit breathing, and cause bleeding and damage tissue. Rapid acting, the venom can act very quickly, potentially causing death within minutes. Okay, it's not a cobra. Okay, thank you. Yep, common is also. Yeah, coral snakes are very venomous as well. I have to have a flamethrower to do pest control, buddy. Coral snakes. Yeah, a lot of things out to see have a lot of high venom. So the most poisonous natural occurring substance is the botulinum toxin. Produced by the bacterium Clostridium botulinum, it is a potent neurotoxin that blocks nerve signal leading to paralysis, according to World Health Organization. It's considered one of the most lethal substances known. So other examples of poisonous substance in animals, tetrodotoxin, pufferfish, cone snails. Some species have venom with multiple potent toxins. Australian box jellyfish, their venom can be fatal within minutes. And deadly nightshade, Atropa belladonna. I've heard of that before. A poisonous plant with toxic alkaloids. And the blue-ringed octopus produced tetrodotoxins. Yeah, the blue-ringed octopus. Crazy. Yeah, coral snake is see. That was type of snake. Corals live in water too. They can go on land, but they like water. I put that in my coffee, he says. Yeah, after, yeah. Crazy. Crazy. One of, as one of the most poisonous venoms there is. The blue-ringed octopus. If it was my dad, he would have shot it with the shotgun. He hates snakes. Some of the most venomous creatures are fish. Yep. It's like some jellyfish. Some jellyfish can really kill you within minutes. You said that a few times there, Hoos. You must not like brown snakes. Jellyfish just want to cuddle. Yeah, you can re-engineer the venom, make things out of it too. Ceiling fan, done. Nice. My wisdom teeth well, 2 of my wisdom teeth shattered out of my face. I just pulled the rest of the shards out. Nah, due to the fact that when wisdom teeth go in, if you don't have enough room in your mouth, they can shatter. Or other teeth will shatter. I'm lucky my 2 wisdom teeth at the top shattered. And I just pulled out the rest of the shards. Made sure I kept everything nice and clean. And never had to go to a dentist or anything for that. It hurt. Yeah, it hurt, but yeah, they shattered out. I think the first one when it shattered, what was I eating? Forgot what I was eating at the time. Yeah, if they're not showing fully out, then that's not good. Yeah, no, mine fully grew in, and then because there was so much pressure in that between the outside of your jaw and the teeth, they shattered. Some could do that. Yeah, they can be a real pain. Mine were. My 2 up top were a real pain, as in they grew in, putting a lot of pressure on my top of my jaw, and eventually they shattered. And I just started pulling the rest out with like pliers. No drugs, no nothing. Yeah, again, yeah, it's money for them. It's a fairly easy procedure. Yeah, see, yeah, mine didn't grow sideways. I'm lucky for that. But didn't have enough room in my mouth for 2 more teeth. Yeah, I grew 1 wisdom tooth on the left side, and then the right side I don't believe ever came in. Yep, as long as you can pull out all the shards and that, and make sure that way it heals over proper, you'll have no issues. As long as things work out afterwards, for like when they grow in, and it's not causing issues with the other teeth, then it's fine. All right. Teeth are still good. So all my teeth are shattered, broken. So I got really sharp teeth. I've been hit in the face a lot. Yeah, it's very true, man. Very true. Yep. But when you get taught the book smarts, right? We learn the other stuff through living. So very true. Very, very true. Aliens Dark Descent? Never heard of it. True. True, Bourne. True. Oh, is a pair humble choice. Nice. Sure. It's your monthly free one. Not bad. Yeah. Couldn't agree with you more there, Bourne. Guess so. Guess it really is. I like potatoes. I like mashed potatoes. Yeah, and it's still better, but it shouldn't be 4 times the price. It's not 4 times the price better. Back in my day, things that cost more were better. Well, they got another cheap deal for another cheap CPU block, $17 Canadian. This 300 frames per second discernible versus 250 on 144 hertz monitor. Nah, you won't notice it. As long as the 1% lows do not go below that monitor refresh rate, there won't be any difference. And then frame time, you gotta add frame time lag too. Why is there a lung emoji? It's kind of weird. So I'm looking for any good deals. So like maybe do something with. You're only going to see the frames being rendered or generated will be high, but you're only going to be able to see 144 hertz to that monitor if it's only 144 hertz. Exactly. You need a monitor that can display 400 frames per second. Hey, I am bound by my monitor, yeah. If you have a 60 hertz monitor, that's all you're going to see is 60 frames per second, basically. Doesn't matter how many frames that the game's getting. It's only a 60 hertz that you can see through your monitor. Okay. No, if they are 120 hertz or 240 hertz, they should be that. But what about what the broadcast is putting through? Is the broadcast putting out that, or is the broadcast just putting out 60 frames per second? Maybe there are some. Maybe. It's like, is the broadcast putting out that frames per second? Probably not. You can test it with, there's testers for it, but you want to hook it to a PC and then use a tester to see if it's actually can do those kind of frames. But if you're just watching TV, free upscaling in a way. Bet those TVs aren't cheap though. Ah, I see how many frames an actual broadcast is. Oh, mostly 30 frames per second. Mostly at 30 frames per second. Just upscaling. The broadcast is only 30 frames per second, normally. All right, just give me 1 minute here. TV is a whole different ball game. Oh yeah. Response time. Response time's a big difference. Man, it depends on what you want to do. TV or monitor, don't matter. Not really. Good afternoon, Jason. Yeah, I missed some news. Went over a few things this morning. No DP port. Wow. Ooh. So, in Germany. So NVIDIA's RTX 50 series product stack has seen a decline in demand in the German market. According to the computer base, most RTX 5080, RTX 5070 Ti, and RTX 5070 AIB partner models are selling for at or below the respective MSRP pricing. The only exception is the RTX 5090, which is still in a high demand and struggling to stay on the store shelves. A table of RTX 50 series pricing shows what the GPUs were selling for last week versus what they're selling for in March. At the end of March, the cheapest RTX 5080 models were priced at 1,169 euro. I'm not sure what that is. Pound? Versus last week's price of 1,119. It matches the MSRP price. There you go. So, in euros right here. So euros, including that, 5090s, 2,229 euro. 5080 16 gig, 1,119 euro. 5070 Ti 16 gig, 879 euros. 5070 12 gig, 619 euros. 5060 Ti 449, and 5060 Ti 8 gigabyte 399. So average price median, so week 17, 2,994 euros for 5090, 1,389 for the 5080. For the 5070 Ti, it's 950. For 5070, 654. 5060 Ti, 489, and 5060 Ti 8 gigabyte 470. Brutal. Brutal. Let's see how much the 5090 is in Canadian money. $4,677 for 5090 for Canadian. $2,169 for 5080. 69, nice. Price, not so much. 5070 Ti, 1,484 Canadian for 5070 Ti. Pricing it from the euros. $1,021 for the 5070 12 gig. $763 for the 5060 Ti 16 gig. And 734 Canadian dollars for the 5060 Ti 8 gig. Brutal. Brutal. The cheapest variations of the RTX 5070 Ti were 869 euro at the end of March. We're down to 799 euro last week. 80 euro cheaper than the MSRP. The cheapest RTX 5070 cards likewise dropped from 599 euro to 589, both of which are lower than the MSRP of 619. The RTX 5060 Ti 8 gigabyte and 16 gigabyte are new to have price data from the end of March, but current pricing shows the cheapest versions to be right at MSRP of last week. Of course, these prices represent the cheapest models available. The average median prices of each model are unsurprisingly higher. The median price of the RTX 5080 was 1,430 euro at the end of March and has dropped to 1,389 as of last week, which still puts it to 24% higher than the card's MSRP price. 24% higher. The median pricing of the RTX 5070 Ti was 1,005 euro at the end of March and has dropped to 950 euro as of last week, which is just 8% higher than MSRP. And the median pricing of the RTX 5070 dropping from 687 euro to 654, which is 5% higher than MSRP price. Wild. Absolutely wild. 24%. I'm surprised there is no RTX 5066 gig. Is 7 millisecond good for input lag? It's not bad. You want one millisecond. It's generally for monitors, for gaming type monitors, but 7 millisecond isn't terrible. $24% higher than the card's MSRP price, and that's in Germany. Yeah, 7 milliseconds is not bad. For a TV, that's pretty good. Usually TVs are pretty high. But yeah, generally monitors for any kind of higher end monitors or just gaming monitors, it's generally 1 millisecond. That's really good for a TV, to be honest, 7 millisecond. Wild. Wild pricing for Germany. I mean, it's still really expensive here, but it's still wild. And we've already gone through everything else. Yep. Wired's always gonna be better than wireless, in my opinion. There are some really good high rates of new mice now for latency, but wired still always could be better. At least in my opinion. Other people might have a different opinion. They're okay with the little bit of input lag. They'll only follow them. Huh? It's fine to follow. Especially if they're the best in the world. It's hard to compete sometimes. I like the design that they did. It's just very sleek. Very sleek. So I got a video I gotta make. I gotta make a video about the DLSS 4 apparently. Make a video about basic overclocking, CPU, GPU, and RAM. What other kind of video should I make? What other video should I make? Couple I'll be making this weekend. I'll start maybe do some starting tomorrow. A DLSS 4, basic overclocking for CPU, GPU, and RAM. What else? Ooh, camera. Camera. How you doing? Anybody? Anybody have any ideas for videos that they would like to see? Or that maybe I should do? Done a lot. I've done a lot of videos, but some of them probably I could redo, to be honest. I have a lot of videos out there. I have. See what Steam is saying for top games, see if there's anything else that I do. Let's see. What we got? Oh, I'm disconnected. I'm back. War Thunder's one. First Descendant. See what top rated are. Yeah, Marvel Rivals, Counter-Strike 2, got it, done it. DCS, World Steam Edition. Team Fortress 2, Star Wars, Old Republic. Guild Wars 2. Warframe. Wuthering Waves. Hala. Whole bunch. True, I could do that comparisons. I could do comparisons for that. I could. Okay, so I'll do 50 series and I'll do the 9000 series from AMD. And do that. Definitely do that. What else could I do? I'm thinking. Could do an updated RAM one. RAM frequency, RAM timings. Updated that for some games. So in comparison between how RAM frequency actually helps gain frames in games, do an updated one. I can. Do all exact same timings, just different RAM frequencies. Do one with like RAM timings, different RAM timings, same frequency, different timings. Yeah, I guess. It is a little off subject, but something to try. Sure. True. It's not too difficult to do. Not in my opinion. It's not too hard to do. It's a lot of trial and error that I did for different settings. I found a good way to do good settings and whatnot. And make sure everything's nice and quick for my chat. Do need a decent system though. Well, a few of my shorts have done pretty good. Like I said, with one short that has like 1,600 views, every person has watched that video basically one time. It's 202% view rate. It's insane. And a lot of my shorts are getting a lot of likes too, which I'm liking too. It's not as much views as what I would like, but it is what it is. I'm not exactly the greatest at doing shorts. Oh, gotcha. All right. True. Very true. Not exactly easy to do, especially if you're just starting off. It's not. I am pretty good at breaking stuff down fairly basically, like basic on things. Do that. Good ideas. True. Just do shorts for that and make a video too. In-depth video on it. Oh. Yeah, it's true. Well, let's see what we can do. See what we can do. A lot of things to do then. A lot of things to do. Let's see if I stream tomorrow. If I do stream tomorrow, it'll probably be later in the day. And I can get a little head start on some things. Yes. Good ideas. Good ideas. I mean, system requirements for streaming, you don't need a hefty system. Just for basic streaming. For what I do, it's a little different though. Low latency in that. Good quality kind of thing. It's a little different for me. It is an okay system. I would just suggest. Well, man, I would definitely suggest going to electronic scrapyard, picking up GPUs, motherboards, anything you find for very, very, very cheap or sometimes free, and buying yourself a soldering iron and a hot workstation in one. You can get them for like $50 or less sometimes. So pick up one of those. Get yourself some decent flux. 8341 is really good flux to be using. And see if you can fix up the hardware. And then if they don't work, well, you got those boards for donor parts. If you don't have the money to buy all the hardware, like SMTs, capacitors, stuff like that. Yep, grab something out of your garage, something that you don't use, something you might just throw out, something that's not worth a lot of money. I've done it in the past, fixed up stuff from electronic scrapyard and got it working. So that's how I would go about it. Grab yourself a multimeter. A cheap multimeter is just fine. You don't have to get the top of the line one. You can get a multimeter for $30 and it'll work for figuring out what components are wrong. Definitely check out videos. I guess I should make some videos on how to use a multimeter. Just don't have one right now. Again, with the last move, I don't have a hot workstation, soldering iron, multimeter anymore. So I need to get some. So I shouldn't do that though. But yeah, good idea there, Koo. And that's how I would get into doing soldering hardware. Is just get cheap as what you can. Could be broken, try to fix it. If it's already working, does not need fixing, don't worry about it. Just get stuff that is broken and seeing what the issue is. There's multiple ways to figure out what is actually broken on it. As in, like there's old school electronic ways to figure out what's broken on it. Using rosin smoke on the board, powering up the board, seeing where that smoke disappears, as in the white smoke turns more like a black and just disappears. That component needs to be replaced. Put it back in, figure out if there's another short or something. That's one way. But a multimeter is a really, really handy tool to help figure out what might be wrong. proper ventilation. Yeah, that's why I do have an extraction fan when I do soldering, and or a mask. I recommend a it has got to be a carbon mask. It's got to have carbon filter, charcoal filter. I do recommend a charcoal filter. Should have it around here somewhere. I gotta put it away. I put it away somewhere. Probably dipped in the bucket now, but that's how I would go about it. Just don't get anything that's working. Fix up something that's broken and start from there. You can practice soldering skills. You can figure out if you want to work on really small SMTs or work on trying to learn how to take out capacitors and replace capacitors and stuff like that. It's easier to do capacitors, in my opinion, than it is to work on extremely small components. Like these little SMTs. A lot harder to work on those than it is something that's a bigger problem, the capacitors. Yeah, they're through the board, but you just gotta heat up the board, heat up the solder, pull it out, refill it with solder, add a capacitor. It's not too difficult. Again, just grab yourself a donor boards or broken graphics cards from electronic scrapyard or somewhere that has them, even off the side of the road, PC that might be broken. See if you can fix it. That's where I would start. Yep. You just want to start off simple. Start off very simple. And then you're going to need yourself, if the kit doesn't come with it, you're going to want some core flux solder, some small diameter, 0.8 millimeters, really good. Again, 8341 flux. And then you can also get other kinds of flux pastes, but 8341 works really good. And you can get for a fairly good price. And you can spend the money on the little tubes, or you can buy, what I buy is these jugs of them, basically. Bottles of them. Because I do quite a bit sometimes. Put a shop vac in the shed next to my garage and hose and switch it one time. Worked pretty good for that. It works. Yeah. As long as you have a window open in that, so that way there's lots of airflow in that, that's fine. But if you do it that way, you kind of want a mask. Again, I have a 8-inch extraction fan, so I just use that. Makes tons of airflow, puts the smoke away, not into my face. Yeah, exactly. The noise. That's why a mask is good, and just some airflow. And there's different kind of pastes too that you can use that are way worse, but 8341 isn't too bad. Isn't like the most harmful flux there is. Like the acid flux paste, SP30, it's pretty rough. I would suggest a mask while using that stuff. But yeah, you can, like I said, you can grab yourself rolls of core flux, or you can buy just solder wire, something like this. Because you don't need it just for soldering. Like, you don't put it to it and solder. You gotta add some to the tip of the soldering and ironing. Having some low melt solder works really good too, for helping clean up areas and or just doing hot air works really good. Sorry if I'm just blabbling on, but there's a lot to learn about it, and there's a little bit of trial and error on stuff you want to use, and I like people to get the right stuff right off the bat, so that way they're not wasting the money. Yep, if you just look around. Yep. Yeah, I wish I could have got the 9600 GT working, but I can't find an actual PCB diagram to see if the one component that I'm adding onto it is the correct one. It should be the correct one, but I can't find a PCB diagram for it, unfortunately, which is really odd. Generally, I can find any PCB diagram. Nice, Maple. Hopefully it works great for you, buddy. I hope it works perfect. What are the specs again? What are the specs, buddy? You know I like to know the specs. You know I like the hardware. Let's go. Clicking. What is up, man? Nice. 3080. I've been gaming since we got off and it's really smooth. No problem, man. Of course. Anytime, man. Anytime. If you ever get new RAM kits or want to learn more about RAM, I do have videos out there, but I try to help out everyone I can, man. Glad everything's working smoothly. Temperatures are hopefully, you know, a lot cooler than what it should be as well. And you're going to have a system that's going to last a long time. Because less voltage, less heat. Can anytime. Anytime. Just looking over some hot work stations. See if there's any okay deals. I mean, decent prices for some. See some deals, I guess. i5 1200F and a B600 motherboard. Good budget for that and good GPU. And you got all performance cores with that 12400. 32 gigabytes of DDR4. What frequency? Did you get the 32 or the 3600 kit? 1 terabyte SSD? That's more than enough for most people. What frequency is this RAM kit though? The 32? 3200? No problem. There'd be no problem for that PC. Amazing. Amazing. Good job, man. Good job. Good picks. Save some money on the CPU, and you can always upgrade the CPU along the way too. The LJ 1700, you got a lot of options for along the way to upgrade as you go. So perfect. Good choice. Again, 1200, all performance cores. Can't go wrong with all performance cores. That coffee's kicking in. Oh, wow. Yes, you back. I am back. I got the case for 700. You got the case for $700 case, did you say? If it ain't 430 yet, it's still 420. Yeah, so yeah, it does sound good, Ben. Glad you actually had someone actually, put it all together for you. It's good to find people that know what they're doing around you, or friends, family kind of thing. So good. Awesome. It's always good to hear. Fire it up. See if there's any good deals around. Any? Oh yeah, what monitors do you get? Sometimes it's good to wait and make sure you get all the parts, right? How's it going, Kepler? They're looking to replace it, but they got a lot of catching up to do in a lot of ways. But never know, man. You never know what the market could do in that amount of time. In a decade, it's crazy. But ARMS was projecting to take 50% of the market. They want to take the 50% of the market by the end of this year. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Very low latency, high refresh rate. Very nice. I say that is la good. I found one good deal. Windows, 16 around 16 gigabytes. And yeah, you can overclock a smartphone. You can overclock the camera on it. You can overclock the processor on it. Mine's overclocked. Well, slightly overclocked. Thinking when I get the funds, you can give me some tech tips for investment. I can give you a kickback. For all the help you're doing, man, I do it for free. Nah, it doesn't take that much. Doesn't take that much. 16 gigabyte, I believe, is all it is. To Windows 11. Could be wrong. Could be a little bit more, but should only be about 16 gigabyte. That I know of. Oh. So the minimum amount of storage you actually need to put Windows 11 on is 64 gigabyte, but that's not just for Windows itself, or it's all the processes and stuff like that when you start it up. So the total size of Windows 11 is actually 24.21 gigabytes. For the actual size of Windows 11. So I was a little off there. That was 16. Maybe after all the updates and a whole bunch of things over the years, it's gone up. Really fit into 64. Yeah, you should be able to fit Windows 11 in a 64 gigabyte SSD or whatever. With that setup, what game are you talking about though? A lot of games vary, man. There's so many variances. So let me know what game it is, and I can let you know roughly what frames you're gonna be looking at. You're looking to play low settings, medium settings, high settings. It's all up to you. Now, the smartphone I have is an A8. Nothing new. It's very broken. Oh, Fortnite, you're looking... That setup, 200, 250 frames per second. I don't know about Oblivion, though. I heard Oblivion's terribly optimized right now. So you might get 60 frames per second to Oblivion, maybe. I heard it's terribly optimized right now. If Ron shows up, he'll let you know how bad it is. In 1440p, yeah, 1440p, you might... You're not going to see, you know, much more frames, but... Oh, yeah, man, you'll be just fine, especially Fortnite and any esports games. You'll be seeing some decent frames out of it. Yeah. But is your monitor 1440p or is it 1080p? Yeah, some straight play Oblivion. Yeah, it's terribly optimized. That's all I'm hearing. It's terribly optimized right now, and Oblivion is brutal. Apparently, it's really fun. It's just you don't get a whole lot of frames, even with a high-end system. Looks like RuneScape. That's brutal. Yeah, you'll be able to run high-end ultra settings, buddy. Oblivion is unoptimized to the Oblivion. Taking two 50 gigabyte C disk. What do you mean there, Kepler? Defrag's a little different than doing that. You'd have to reformat and redo Windows to change out the disk C and disk D. But generally, your disk C is going to be your operating system, and disk D is going to be a different hard drive. Like SSD or NVMe hard drive, don't matter. No. No. Exactly. Windows 11 on it makes a petition for itself and it installs. Yeah. Do you know anything about games taking different storage spaces based on PC or console? Is that a myth? Taking different storage spaces? If you have only one hard drive, all that goes on there. If you have two, you can set it in like Steam games to use a different different storage. So that way the game saves over to that different storage. Some games are huge though. Marvel Rivals like 79 gigs. CS2 is something like 47, 48 gigs. Apex Legends is like 50 some gigs. Yeah, it's gonna be completely different optimization, right? Different optimization between console and PC. Since PC has so much other components that can go with it, and consoles are just whatever's in the console, it's just optimized for it. And completely different optimizations. Yeah, I don't get why they'd be. That right there could happen due to the fact that when these reinstalling Windows and that, you can go in and you can get rid of that as well. Because let's say you go from like Windows 8 to 10 to 11, it could have a different partition for each of those for some reason. It kind of made sense back in the old days to be doing that, but it does not matter anymore. Does not matter, especially if you're doing fresh reinstalls. You just let it do its thing. Make sure you don't use it for virtual memory and stuff like that. It's a terrible thing to do, by the way. Doing virtual memory, it's slow. It's very slow. So make sure you have enough RAM. Hard drive, they're mechanical, so they spin. I know scanner works. If you talk about SSD, solid state devices, then it's a little different. There's no mechanical. NVMe is SSD as well, just faster. It doesn't work through SATA, it works through the PCI Express. No. It's all on this. You plug it in for power and then SATA. And this right here will spin, it'll do its thing. But no, it does it all by itself. And you gotta be more careful with these than anything else, because vibration they don't like. Amount of RAM doubled like each 2 years. I don't do that. It's slow. You just want to have enough RAM for what you're going to be doing. Don't make virtual memory or anything like that. Yeah, they're a lot cheaper. They're just slower. So like boot up times might take a bit longer on a hard drive. That's about it. If you put Windows on a hard drive, it's very slow. You want to put Windows on an NVMe or SSD if you can. Not a high chance of breaking. Depends on how much you're using it, how hot it gets. Keeping it in a nice airflow case, that vibration dampening helps. It's fine. As long as your SSD has the Windows operating system on it, you can save all your files on the hard drive, and then it's just slower boot up times for games, basically. Slower to save stuff onto it as well. You need a balance between them. That's brutal. Get your pinky toe on the PC tower and your hard drive will be... No. It's not that'll ruin it. They have drop factors. Hard drives have drop ratings on them as well. It's just more or less like, let's say they're spinning and that, and there's a lot of vibration. It can slow down the speeds. Yeah, make sure not RAID 0. RAID 2 basically is what you really want. RAID 4. They are fragile though. I have a partition for the OS, a partition for the backup, partition for files, and then maybe for the trash. 4 partitions sounds about right. No? Sounds like a lot of partitions. What does storage have to do with boot up times? Isn't that RAM or something? No. The write and read speeds on a hard drive is very slow compared to an SSD, like for a SATA SSD, solid state device. And going from SATA to NVMe, that goes off of PCI Express, is a lot faster. As in, Gen 3 is like 3,000, right around 3,000 write speeds, 2,500 to 3,000 read speeds, somewhere around there. Hard drives are like 150 megabytes per second versus SATA up to 500. I think that some of them do. They're just slower. They're just slower. That's all. Nothing wrong with them. Yeah, the temperatures are reaching 70 degrees Celsius on a hard drive. That's going to wear them out. So you want to make sure you have nice airflow on your hard drives. I think he passed out too. Too much ginger beer. Also, hard drive tech is different. CMR, SMR, like how they're constructed. Yep. Yeah, some hard drives, big, large hard drives, can have a whole bunch of disks in them. Magnets for hard drives are superior and can be yanked off. Yep. I have a few of those hard drive magnets. I used them for work. Depending on the game, let's say NVMe at 3,000 megabytes per second. Let's say you're loading up Call of Duty. It'll take like 30 seconds. Hard drive will take like a couple minutes. In bursts, yeah. I believe there are some that do 550. Some of them, don't they, the Beast? They do bursts up to 550, some of them. Yeah, hard drives are not as fast. Yeah, if you're talking about like a laptop, 2.5 inch there, same size as a SSD hard drive. Yeah, 10K. They got the 10K. I think there's even one that does 15K, but 10K is the Raptors were one of the fastest. Yeah, then it drops off. Yeah. (2008) had Windows on in the game too. Yep. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of these ones only do up to 300 bursts in bursts, but they're not great by any means. And these are the Crucial BX500s. They're SATA 6 gigabits. Yep, the Raptor X. Yep, Windows, she can tell you about it. Would you recommend, yeah, Seagate had 15K ones. Yeah, that's right. Would you recommend UPS? Yeah. If an average consumption comparable is X, and PC should be rated Y watts. If let's say your PC while you're gaming uses 400 watts, you're gonna want a UPS at least 600 watts. All right, so that way you have some time to exit out of whatever you're doing, because it's only gonna last probably maybe a few minutes. Some of them, they can last maybe up to 20 minutes. 400 watts for so long, but you're gonna want it higher than what your PC is, at least 200 watts higher. Fast as an SSD? No. That might do 250 megabytes per second. Might. Yeah, the Seagate Cheetah 15K. Yeah, the Seagate Cheetah 15K. And those might do 320, 350 megabytes per second. Might. What is wrong with you, Squeeze? I'm not hearing you out. What are you talking about? Sorry. It does 100 megabytes per second, reaching up to 125. And then Some models even sustained data rates of 204 megabytes per second. 204 for the 15K. Yeah. Yeah. For PCI Express, every generation doubles. No, it'd probably trip the UPS and turn it off if you're getting some crazy spikage. That's why I'm saying, like, make sure you're checking those kind of things, because it could shut the UPS off. As soon as the power goes out and your PC's run off the UPS and it spikes up to the theoretical 999 watts, it will shut that UPS off. Not unless your power supply can keep up with it, right? If your power supply has enough charge in the capacitors to handle low spikage, then it'll be fine. Yeah, early SSDs were not that fast. They're also only 3.5 gigabit SATA, right? Not 6. What's up, Rob? Yeah. Yeah, you're going to want to make sure it's above all of that. And your monitor, like I said, generally plus 200. That's what I say. But if you match your PSU, then that'd be good. If you have a 1200 watt PSU and your PC is still only drawing 400 watts, that's plenty. But yeah, you can do that. You can do a 1200 watt PSU for that, but your monitor shouldn't draw anywhere close to 200 watts. So that's why I recommend generally 200 watts above what your PC does on max. CPU and GPU, everything going. Yeah, even if the power's not interrupted. Nice. It's always good. Get some food. The OCZ RAM kits, they're decent. They're decent. They're decent. Yeah. Shiny. Yeah, they're decent. They just, it depends on the kit, man. Like I said, I got bear sticks out of old Dell systems that do pretty good. It's just those really expensive, like G-Skill, Corsairs, top of the line Dominators, A-Datas make some really good old sticks of RAM as well. Right? And those top of the line ones had hand binned chips that they're rated for generally 1.65 volts, and you can overclock them way more. Nah. No, just because they're expensive doesn't mean they're actually good. That's why I'm on a surge protector. I use a surge protector for my PC setup. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Yep. Yep. Smart TVs will have RAM and it'll be like a little cheap PC basically. Not that, it wouldn't be that kind of RAM. It'd probably be a soldered RAM. Not the same. Not the same. Not the same. I was gonna go out there and get a hammer and get the RAM. Not the same. Soldered RAM's different. 1414. Nice. Yep. If there's any kind of brief interruptions, let's say someone plugs in on that line and uses like a high amperage, it'll take away some of the load from the PC. Plus, if you like do overclocking, like hard overclock, having a UPS, a big UPS can actually help stabilize things. So that way there's not crazy voltages. We're back. We're gonna make some noise. Oh, it would sound better. Back some from heat. We got solder into the adapters, choose plug, but UPS colors. Oh yeah. UPSs? We have many UPSs. That'd be this UPS S. S is like essay. Ooh. Each one individually? Dang, no one ain't got time for that. Ain't got no time for that. What a cheeky guy. What a cheeky guy, eh? Well, it was good after you had it for a while. After you had it for a while, and then you had it the next day. That's good. Definitely. Gotta have that craving. What? What? What did I do? What did I do? Oh. Oh. Oh, this is old news. I've already been over this. I've already been over this, man. Just getting my hopes up, man. Jeez. As can't we mind but don't go breaking my heart. You did. How's it going, Aaron? How's it going? Sorry, I'm just in the operation to make myself some food. I've already been through this. This was last year. I've already gone through this, and yes, they could not strike a deal. So I don't think Kingpin's working for TNY. Unfortunately, it's nice to have another Kingpin card. I wish. Nah, it's about Kingpin. Kingpin and PNY, maybe they'd have a new Kingpin card. Yes, he would. All right, guys, trying to make some food. Take some time. But what did he say? Did he delete a message or something? Did he? He did not. Bam. Well, bam. Well, bam, bam, thinking mad. Answer him, Ron. Ron, answer. Ah. What about me? All right. Yeah, I'm getting some meat. Doing some steamed veggies, rice, and hamburger. The more you know. But to have to eat is lame. What are you talking about? The feeling of getting full. And flavors, you already said, don't really matter, but I mean, and to try different things. Sick. All right, good to go. Bye. That's all up good. And chopped up some jalapenos. There. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's good. Good. That's needed. Very needed. I know how to cook. I don't cook. I'm a construction type worker. I do PC stuff. But yeah, I know how to cook. Again, as I said, steamed veggies, chopped up some jalapenos, had some franked garlic, a little bit of pesto basil, and the rice. If you do rice a certain way, you can always get a nice fluffy rice. Nice fluffy rice. Plus some hamburger. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good, man. Oh yeah. That's how we do it here. Yeah, but I cook. I don't cook like never done professionally though. Mm. Yep. Wish I made more, to be honest. I don't have any more steamed veggies or hamburger. I have some rice left over, but it's about it. Fair for eating for you guys. Oh, Nvidia's asking for a little bit of leniency on their AI stuff, but Trump is like, nope. We're doing tighter rules now. So, ooh, calm down there. Calm down. So Nvidia asked U.S. government to ease AI GPU export rules, but Trump administration plans tighter controls. Brutal. Yeah, I just don't like, generally don't like dating kind of people, to be honest. So NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has once again called the U.S. government to revise the previous administration's AI processor export restrictions, arguing that these regulations hinder American companies from fully participating in global markets, according to a report from Bloomberg. However, the current administration seems to disagree, as it plans to further restrict export of AI GPUs so it can use them as bargaining chips when negotiating trade deals with other nations, according to Reuters. Wow. Oh, I really make a feed. This is really annoying sometimes. That's a nice little ad. Oh, oh, so from like Jersey Shore situation? What are you talking about? Oh, a situation from WF? I don't. Doesn't really ring a bell. Yeah, my sister used to watch that show all the time. It's not the same, I don't think. The ads are fantastic. Like you try to take care of me. Say oh, say oh, oh. Good idea. Pretty good. No, I want this one. Do a different one. Do a different one. Weber. There we go. Not bad, not bad. All right. Neat. Trump is tightening down on AI GPUs. So NVIDIA asked U.S. government to ease AI GPU export rules, but Trump administration plans tighter controls. Tighter controls. NVIDIA, please don't do this. I'm only caring about these ads right now. They're fantastic. I don't know why. I'm really liking pink. So NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has once again called the U.S. government to revise previous administration AI processor export restrictions. However, these regulations hinder American companies from fully participating in global markets. According to a report from Bloomberg, however, the current administration seems to disagree as it plans to further restrict export of AI GPUs so it can use them as bargaining chips when negotiating trade deals with other nations, according to Reuters. I'm not sure what the new AI diffusion rule is going to be, but whatever it happens to be, it is really has to recognize that the world has changed fundamentally since the previous AI diffusion rule was released. Sean said at the Hill and Valley Forum, where business leaders and lawmakers gather to discuss technology and national security. According to Bloomberg podcast, we need to accelerate the diffusion of American AI technology around the world, so the policies and encouragement from the administration really need to be behind that. According to the AI diffusion framework introduced by Biden administration, access to the advanced AI chips such as NVIDIA's H100s is only unrestricted for companies based in the U.S. Tier 1 nations, a group of 18 allied nations. Those located in Tier 2 nations face an annual limit capped at roughly 50,000 units of H100 class processors unless they obtain verified end-user VEU approval. However, firms from Tier 2 regions can import up to 1,700 units per year without requiring the export license. These smaller purchases do not count toward the 50,000 unit national cap. For countries under armed embargoes, Tier 3, including China, Russia, and Matu. I don't know, help me out on that one, guys. Nearly all shipments of advanced AI processors are effectively barred. The Trump administration is currently evaluating this tiered structure to enhance its clarity and enforceability. Yeah, it's brutal. 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 NVIDIA has criticized Biden's AI diffusion rule, saying that restriction of American GPU exports will support development and proliferation of competing hardware, software, and standards, specifically those developed in China. Therefore, NVIDIA and its CEO have been advocating for change. While the Trump administration agrees that change is needed, it looks like it may not be the change NVIDIA and other American hardware developers are hoping for. Under the proposed revisions, the tiered model may be replaced by a global licensing regime involving formal agreements between governments. This would enable the U.S. to negotiate access on a case-by-case basis, giving the U.S. government for more leverage in trade discussions. Officials are also considering a change to the volume of chips that can be exported without formal approval. Currently, shipments of less than 1,700 H100 class units can be made with only a notification. This threshold may be lowered to just 500 units. Former U.S. Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross confirmed this approach is under consideration, though no decisions have been finalized, according to Reuters. If the new rules are applied, NVIDIA's success will depend on not the capabilities and performance of GPUs, but rather on trade deals linked between the U.S. government and other nations. Needless to say, at least some nations might prefer to deal with China's Hawaii, which is just behind NVIDIA, according to Hung. China is not behind anybody. China is right behind us. We are very, very close, Hung said. There is no question that Hawaii is one of the most formidable technology companies in the world, and they are incredible in computing. They are incredible in networking technology and in software capabilities. All of the essential capabilities to advance AI, and they've made enormous progress in the last several years. I'm kind of liking black now. White's looking pretty good too. The 5090Ds, they don't have 5090s. Yeah. Britain bans export of video game controllers to Russia, sanction aimed at preventing them from being used to pilot drones. They are being used to pilot drones because kids are now kids have been like raised from like 2-3 years old, holding the controller or something like that. They got extreme dexterity. Why would they it's crazy. It's the time we live in. They even just said it. They literally just said it. It's not the same. Nothing's the same anymore. What do you think Intel probably invested in all these 600 different, other companies, not in Canada, but for like military surveillance? Guess what's all on drones, guys? Guess what's on all these things? They have 5090Ds. They have 5090s, but not very many because they somehow got them. The 5090Ds are in China, not 5090s. They have them illegally. Military is a big thing. Surveillance is a big thing. Surveillance is on so many things, right? Guess what's on drones? Surveillance cameras, special infrared and stuff like that. AI and chips and or computers, high-end computers with all these crazy good CPUs. So why not invest into it or make sure the investors want to do this? I don't know. Military companies, Niputan invested in a lot. Things are made everywhere. Wherever they can help stop something from occurring in the future and that being their own technology, best thing to do. Maybe that's why Trump's doing this, right? What if Trump's doing this for a reason? What if there's things going on that we don't know about? Exactly, it's not good. Definitely not good. Not good that these multi-trillion-dollar companies are investing into certain things. It's not good that Trump's trying to make it so that way technology in U.S. is advanced or more advanced than other countries and staying at the top. Means something's going on. Are you sure? Helps out the American economy. Helps make sure that they're, if anything goes on or wrong in the future, that they have the upper hand. Making sure that certain technologies and not even technologies, but certain components are not used by other countries that could be used against you. I don't know what you mean. Sounds to West Africa. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I need a little explanation on that, please. Oh, Yosanda? Yosanda? Is that what you mean? Sounds too West African. No, it sounds too comedy. We're as our own. We're not going in with the United States. We're not going to be 52nd state. Still kind of odd how our now PM got into he won, Mark won, and yet he is buddies with Trump and all that, basically. Oh, yeah. You will submit, you will be a America. Too good. Too good. You will be a America. There's America. Not just any America, America. Right. I don't know. I can't. No one knows. No one actually knows. Why would we want to? What's in the United States that's not in Canada? What do you talk about? They're not friends. Did you not read anything? Trump helped him with everything and even congratulated him, shook his hand, everything like that after he won. They've probably been talking in secret. You never know. Problem, yeah, right now our problem is bills of food. How do you think I eat so much rice? I eat bread. It's just fairly cheap. Yep, tourism is down. It is down. Prices and everything is going up, so it's gonna be harder for some people to do it. Yeah, why? I would Canadians be visiting the US? Seriously. I hear you, doctor. I hear you. Yep. So hopefully things change for Canada, because things are not good right now for us. Really not good. Like, really not good. Oh, okay. Need a few seconds here. Wasn't sick. No, tough it out. I haven't bought myself clothes in years, buddy. Yeah, I've already gone over that this morning there, wizard. I already gone over that, buddy. It's just a refresh, remember that. Go back to Strick's point. It's just a revised tricks point. That's all it is. Nothing new. They make it sound good, but it's nothing new, unfortunately. Threadripper is just a really expensive platform, that's all. But you need a really decent cooling for. I would like to try out some Threadrippers. I was thinking about it years ago buying some Threadrippers, but the CPUs are selling for a decent price for lower tier Threadrippers, but the motherboard is still really expensive. At least the motherboards I would want. Still very expensive. Unfortunately. Because Buffalo is literally just across the border. It's like right there. From Niagara Falls over. It's right there. That's why. Got your passport, you just walk across the bridge basically. Strix Point was decent. Can't say it was great. Go around point's supposed to be a bit better than it. So it's just a refresh though. Nothing but refreshes we're getting. How so? How did Threadripper get expensive thanks to Disney? What do you mean? Yeah, the strict points from years ago. AM6 with Gorgon points supposed to be not even 2 times better, I don't believe, for some things. I'll have to go back and see what all they're saying, but I can show it through here. Just some things. So here, AMD is reported ready in 9000 T Gorgon point, Epic 4005 Grado CPUs for AM5. Oh, crap. Thank you. So a detailed breakdown of these planned CPU releases has been shared by leakers Orlock, and Instalat x64 via video cards, which these are some leakers on videocards.net and .com. These upcoming products span across the desktop, mobile, workstation designations. All these will employ the same Zen 5 architecture, and most appear to be refreshes of current offerings. And they're just refreshes. So they're going to use Zen 5 and Zen 5 plus, or Zen 5C or something like that. Yeah, Zen 5C. So it's going to be 4 Zen 5 and 8 Zen 5C. With only 16 compute units. It is going to have the Radeon 890M iGPU basically in the APUs, right? APUs, but 890M should be fairly decent. Is it going to be much better than what we have currently? Maybe. We'll have to see, really. And they're supposed to be by the end of this year, but supposed to be. Next up on the table is Epic 4005 family. Last year, AMD introduced Raphael best Epic 4004 processors for AM5 for commercial users with enterprise-grade features. The Epic 4005, codenamed Grado, is follow-up, likely wielding Granite Ridge under the hood, which, given the manufacturers aren't preparing their motherboards for support, we expect these processors will be announced at Computex alongside Ryzen 9000WX Shimada Peak offerings for workstations. So yeah, and here we go here. We also have another version of Kraken Point dubbed Kraken 2. It's just, again, a refresh. We expect Kraken 2 to follow the pattern of Phoenix 2 and Hawk Point 2, which were smaller variants of the original dies with fewer cores and no NPU. As of right in the Kraken Point family features just 2 SKUs, Ryzen AI 7 350 and Ryzen AI 5 340, with most laptops above the $700 price point. Kraken 2 might enable AMD to expand Zen 5 to a wider range of consumers, as it should be cheaper to produce. So should, remember, should. But we aren't sure of the specifications or how cut down it will be. We don't know as much as what we would like right now, but hopefully here, probably within a month, we should know more about it. So following out of several Gorgon point variations, Gorgon point 1, 2, and 3, and it's impossible to decipher these code names without official confirmation. However, assuming Gorgon point 1 refers to the full fat original die, Gorgon point 2 should carry a similar premise to Kraken 2, the trimmed down Gorgon point 1 die with fewer hardware features. Hardware leaker Kepler expects Gorgon point 3 to be a refresh of Kraken 2, and its Gorgon point is just actually a refresh of Strix point. Remember, it's just refreshes. We're only getting refreshes. Everything's just a refresh nowadays. So a lot of refreshes. Hopefully it'll be cheaper, but probably won't be cheaper. Probably won't be any cheaper. So yeah. So Zen 6 should be announced by quarter 3 to quarter 4, 2026. Yeah. "16 compute units. Never cut down. To some movie guy was opening a PC. PC is attached to PC, a slot like a GPU. The Marvel movies were made using Threadripper as a new platform came demand increase. Oh. Yeah, so in that aspect for what they do for movies and that, they generally use CPUs. Some places are moving to GPUs, but they generally have CPU clusters that they use for rendering, editing, stuff like that. It's what they use as CPUs. Warrens rule the world. Yep. Basically, yeah, 1700, 2700, exactly, Skeets. Yep, faster handhelds are coming. But you're 100% right with like the 1700, 2700 is So we're hoping Zen 6 next year, by the end of next year, will be good. Like, they'll be like 1700 to, let's say, I wouldn't even say the 37. I would say even better, hopefully. Like, that'd be a good jump. So if they're saying with the Zen 6, it should be a good jump. So Medusa point. That's the one we gotta look for and be waiting for. But people are gonna be buying these other laptops, handhelds, and that with all this refresh stuff. So hopefully they can afford the Zen 6 Medusa point when it comes out, because that's where it's really gonna be. That's where it's gonna be at. Yeah, it might be quarter 3, quarter 4, 2026. And the APUs bring up CES 2027 or later. So we'll see. Depends on what they do, right? iGPUs or NPUs for basically AMD. Yep, if you're on AM5, you're good for until what they're saying is 2028 before they change the platform. Yep, it will apply. They're basically to iGPUs. It's like the NPUs, right? So we'll see. Hopefully they're as good as what they're projected to be. If they are as good as what they projected to be, that'd be awesome. Because they're projected to be a huge step for AMD at least. It'll be a huge step up. You're still looking at 1080p high settings at this point, and that's like 60 frames per second. So unfortunately, no, GPUs will not be obsolete for quite some time still. You're still looking at some, good performance increase, but not an exponential increase. If they can reach the budget range GPUs, that'd be amazing. It would absolutely be amazing if they could reach the budget GPUs that we have now. I just don't see them going to that right now. Or in the, within the next year. We'll see though. We'll have to see. Not anytime soon there, Born. And what do you mean? You want to see a return of Crossfire with a APU and DGPU, a designated GPU? What do you mean? And I don't think the 1440p iGPUs are going to be a thing right now for even the Medusa point. Still 1080p. These games that are out current right now, not even like coming at the end of this year. By the end of this year, there's supposed to be some pretty brutally intensive games. So yeah, the 6500 XT is miles faster than the 8700G. It is. 8700G is aimed at 720p, 60 frames per second on medium settings for most games. For anyone that wants to play 1080p, you're going to have to put all low settings, and you might get 35 to maybe some games 60 frames per second. Right? Yep. Yep. Ryzen 7 250? Yep. I don't think strict point can. Remember, strict point's not new. It's old. It's old now. You mean Gorgon Point? The refresh of strict point? What do you mean match in the R7 250? Those 8,000 chips can play games like CS2 at 150 frames on 1080p. Esports games run fine on them. It's esports games. Esports games can run just fine on crappy hardware. Again, they're esports games. They want as many people to be playing these games as possible. 2 or 3 years now. like about almost 3 years now. Oh no, last year. Last year with the AI 300 series. My apologies. July 28th last year. And which products? Frameworks, desktops, laptops, depending on models. Like those mini PCs. The top end Ryzen AI 9 HX 370 is the one of the best ones. Yeah, the top end model. The top end model, which is the the AI Max 395, I believe it was. Max Plus, I think it was. AI Max Plus. Yeah, 395. Yep. AI Max 3 plus 395. Oh, we had 16 cores on that one, sorry. Had 16 CPU cores, had multi-threaders of 32 threads, max boost up to 5.1 gigahertz, base clock 3 gigahertz, L2 cache is 16 megabytes, L3 cache is 64. Default TDP is 55 watt. No, from frameworks. So, give me a sec. Make sure I get the right one. Frameworks. I went over this a while ago, so I heard that they're using it. Yeah. So the Strix Halo, and the AMX 300 series, it's the Halo that you want to look for, but the frameworks had it as well, like framework mini PCs. Yep. That's why I like my AI security system. I can hear people talk through the wall. It clarifies the sound. That's why I like mine. Oh, it's really cool. It's really good. Yep. No, my security system, my security camera has built-in AI for facial recognition and voice clarity enhancement. And the voice clarity enhancement, I mean, holy moly, does it ever work good? Like, crazy good. Yeah, I can literally hear people talk to while it clarifies their voice, right? And enhances the sound so you can actually hear. Yep, it's really good. What's up, Rom? I thought you were streaming. Yep, mic on your phone's pretty good. They gotta be fairly decent, right? Because your mouth is pretty close to it, so it has to be able to take away all that reverb and whatever else. This is nothing now. The 64 gigabyte RAM limit is nothing for it. We have a 128 gigabyte low profile DDR5, low profile dash low power DDR5 up to 8,000 in the framework PCs. Nice. Always good to get stuff done. There it is, the 40 compute units. I love the mouse disconnecting. I knew I had to get a new one, let me tell. Gosh. Yep, the framework PCs though, using the AI Max, the Plus models, the best of the best. Pretty impressed by it, actually. Seem like they're decent for some things. I mean, that's some things though, really. Yeah, it is. It's wild. As many compute units as a 7600? Yeah. You read it right there. LED Zen 5 Strix Halo mobile APU has more GPU cores than RX 7600 XT or PS5. Features Monster RDNA 3.5 GPU with 40 compute units. And click on it. Yeah, and it came out. This one came out in April last year. Looks pretty cool. Got what I was supposed to be doing here. Yeah. Clock's up to 5.6. Single core. Doesn't mean you can't do it all core, but you gotta have the cooling for it. And he's done a big jump, like huge jump, huge leap in GPUs and CPUs over the past couple of years. Huge jump. Absolutely massive. Which is good. It's really good. Is it all core? The all core 5.6? I thought that was only on the 9600, isn't it? Was it not? Yeah, your 9900X3D has a boost clock of 5.1 or 5.2. All core. Depending on temperature, though. If you can keep the temperature. If your temperature's too high or it keeps trying to raise, they'll lower it. Yeah, that's only if you can keep the temperature within reason. The 9900X3D only goes to 5.5 if you can keep it within reason. Again, if you have to make sure the temperature is within reason. I'll only go up all core boost if you can keep the temperatures within its specs. It'll boost whatever it wants to up to 95 degrees Celsius, unless you lower that. The 9900X3D is only 5.5 gigahertz, whether or not you keep it up proper. What's hardware info telling you? The hardware info up to date too? But yeah, the 9900X3D has a max all-core boost of 5.5. That's as long as you can keep it within temperature. Oh, my mouse keeps disconnecting. It's so annoying. It can go higher than 105 watt. And it's also got eco mode to do like what, 65 or 80 watts on eco mode. It doesn't matter about wattage of a chip. It does not matter. Everyone wonders why I have queries about these wattages and chips. Your 105 watt TDP could go to 100 degrees Celsius on a cooler that a 200 watt CPU can do. Perfect. So what's your all core? Because you should only be seeing 5.5 maximum unless you manually change it. All core. Remember, all cores have to. So run a load, run SimBench R23, check the all core. It should be 5.5. Okay, 40 degrees Celsius is good. Like that's well within reason. And that's probably because your cooler can handle it. But this shouldn't be going 5.6 gigahertz. It should only be going to 5.5. It's 12 core versus 16 core. Of course it's going to be different. And 9950X3D only has an all-core boost of 5.1 or something like that. Just check. Oh, sorry, 5.5 on CCD 0 and up to 5.7 gigahertz on CCD 1. Oh, that's according to him. That's not AMD. The typical operating frequency for all cores 5.5 for 9950X. 3D. Again, that's if you can keep it within spec of temperature. Yeah, 5.7 would be your max on CCD, on certain CCD. So that's boost, max boost clock. That's different than all core. at your default clock, your max boost clock, and your all core. So what you should be doing is going into like a sin bench, running that, seeing what it's actually boosting to. For some reason, I thought the actual 9950X was like 5.4 all core, but now it's 5.5. 5.55, but 5.5 generally. CCD 0. Just odd your chips going to 5.6 gigahertz all core. That doesn't make sense. That's not all core. Should only be going to 5.5. If it's going 5.65, something's off. Bye, Mo. Oh. All I have to do is love my 9. Yeah. That uses all the cores. That's different, right? That's also different. That's not putting full load on CPU probably either. So that's probably why it's boosted up so high. If that's what you're testing it with. $450. Pretty good. Doesn't matter, yeah, it has 2 pumps. A lot goes on for actual cooling, right? You really gotta look at the cold plate and the flow. 2 pumps, I mean, they can have 2 pumps, but the flow is still crap, right? Just because that's 2 pumps doesn't mean it's any faster of a flow rate. 2 pumps can help distance, can help keep a continuous flow rate, can help pressure, as in putting the pressure through these really ultra dense fins, which would be really good, especially if your AIO has 2. What AIO do you have? I'll search it up right now. I want to see what kind of fin density and stuff it has. What AIO do you have? Is that the eyes, whatever? That's usage. That's not full. That's not load. That's usage, not load. Different. Complete difference. There's just so many things that a lot of people are understanding about how CPUs and GPUs are done. That's usage, not load. Still 95% CPU usage is pretty insane. That's why using like AVX2, AVX512 puts on more load. And when SR36, the only AIO that was not reviewed, SR36. Okay, thank you. Is that the 360? Oh, yeah, yeah. It has a twin turbine. I see. Twin turbine. That looks wild. Like the actual mechanics actually looks wild. I would love tearing one of those apart. Like, I would love tearing one of those apart, man. You have no idea. Let's see, microfin channel, 55% heat dissipation, but what's the fin density of it? Wild, holy. Yeah, it's a pretty big block, and it can be used for all range of. That's a wild design. That's a good buy. Probably because no one was buying it. That's sad. And it's not exactly two motors; it's twin turbine, which can help flow. That's good. I couldn't find what the actual fin. It doesn't tell me what the fin density is. It looks like it's a fine. Wait, pro fin density. Let's see if it will actually tell me. I don't care about the radiator. Radiator looks good, but I mean, that design, I would love tearing one of those apart. It looks so good. Like, so much fun tearing one of those apart. I can't find fin density specs on it, though. That's what sucks. Can't find fin density specs. Dang. So, I thought we would have another picture to go over. Just because it's not an all-core load. Yeah, it could probably go up to 5.6. But it should only be going to 5.5 with an all-core load. So it's probably not all-core all the time. It's probably switching from 6-core or whatever down. Depending on what it's using in the game, right? How many cores is it using? Like, you have to check with hardware monitor, load the game, and then check hardware monitor, see what cores are jumping a little bit. It's probably cores are jumping. That's the only way you'll see 5.6. Yeah, I can't believe that cooler wasn't reviewed. It seems like it's a good one. Seems like it has decent flow. The cold plate looks good. It fits all ranges of CPUs, Intel, AMD. So I don't know how it wasn't reviewed. That probably works pretty good. Probably works pretty good. I mean, the cold plate looks pretty good as well. Not too thick, not too thin. High fin density. Plus, it's got the flow. I don't care about the speeds and the pumps and that, because the dual turbine design that it has, it would help force that flow through the pipes easier and through the fins to make it so it doesn't downgrade the actual flow. So that's what you're looking for. You're actually looking for flow. The actual overall flow is. That's why custom loops are generally better, because you can get high flow rate. Or you can turn it down if you really wanted. Yeah, and I don't know why it wasn't reviewed. Pretty wild. Yeah, so Halo Strix is nothing new, so it's good, but it could be better. See what we got for GPUs. Anything new for GPUs right now? No, I've already gone over it. Already gone over it. Anything else for news? No. Fuck. Sorry, everyone. Uh, so I probably should be ending the stream here soon. I got stuff I gotta do. Adios. I might be back on later, or if anything, it'll be tomorrow. Tomorrow at some point, might start working on some videos, so do need to do that. yeah, it was good. Again, thank you for all the ideas again. So I'll try to do what I can. Definitely try to do what I can. Again, might not be streaming until later on tomorrow. We'll see how things go right off the bat there, but I'll probably work on some videos because I do have to make some videos. So again, thank you all to my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys help out this channel more than you know. And again, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for staying here. 8 hours in, I know, one of my shortest live streams I had in a while. How's it going there, Joe? I'm gonna be ending the stream here, buddy. Basically, I'll be back on maybe tomorrow. Again, I gotta work on videos and that, and I got stuff I gotta do, so should get at it. If you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Yeah, I'll try to be on tomorrow at some point. We'll see if I just stream in the morning and work on videos during the stream or not. We'll see. All right. Again, thank you everyone for watching. Again, I'm going to try to be on tomorrow. If not, stay tuned for my videos. Oh, wait, you got a question. What's the question? What's the question? What's the question? No, you can ask now. Or I'm here. I can see you. Yeah, question asked away, buddy. Okay, typing. Type away, man. Type away. Hopefully you can fit within that 200 characters. It take it too long. Do do do. I'm not trying to rush it. Do do do. Do 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 do. Okay, time's up. Oh, dang, he's a slow typer. I'm not rushing. I'm definitely not rushing it, man. I'm not rushing you. But Dave is very unhappy. Look at him. Very unhappy. It is 25 degrees and 25% humidity. 25, 25. 735. Ding, 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 ding. Is there physical difference between a GPPC Express and... No, there's no physical difference. Depending on the motherboards, though, they might have thicker traces, but that's about it. No physical difference. How do you think you can put it's all universal. The only thing the difference, like I said, is they might have thicker traces. It'll be the chipset that's different. Different chipsets. Right? They can handle PCI Express 5. Thicker traces. Could be one thing. But as in any physical difference, as in put a GPU in, no, there's no difference. You can put a Gen 2 into a Gen 5 PCI slot and it'll work just like a Gen 2. In theory, yes. Yes. Oh wait, if you have a PCI, no. You'd have to make sure, like you'd have to read the motherboard or the extension, whether or not it has the capabilities to do, like, pass through that amount of data. So gigabits per second. Check the bandwidth, the gigabits per second it supports, and see if it can work with whatever GPU you have, like PCI, a Gen 5 GPU. If it can support the gigabits per second and the bandwidth, then technically it would work no problem. But it would actually have to be able to handle the bandwidth. Again, it might be thicker traces, stuff like that. That's still through the cable, right? You got it. It'll be the cable that does not support it. The actual slot that it goes into is no different from a different slot. It's just the actual traces and or cabling will be different. For the extension, yes. The only differences. No, cable is not a cable. In a way, yeah. A wire is a wire. Yep, but a wire is a wire, but it's not. The thickness of the wire, the density of the wire. There's a whole bunch of things that go into making cables. That's why you have a lot of problems with using a Gen 3 GPU sometimes on a Gen 4. That's why they're having lots of issues with it. They had to basically change the way that the cabling was done. The slots themselves are the same though, because of the around. Show, because all these pins are the same. They'll always be the same. They might be a little bit different in some, might be a little bit different, as in these could be thicker or be placed higher or lower depending, but they're all the same. You'd have to go to the motherboard specifications on that. Or not motherboard, the cable specifications on the cables. See what it can support up to. Or you can try it out. Plug in your PCI 4 into a PCI 5 slot on the motherboard. If your motherboard has it, plug in a PCI Express 5 GPU, plug it all together, and then see how much bandwidth you have. If the bandwidth still matches up, or whether or not it's still, if it's downgrading. So, one sec. So it can downgrade basically. So we go to GPU Z. Yeah, there we go. And we want window capture. We grab this. So we grab this, and we do this. Whoa, it's a little big. Oh, yeah. All right, so we got this. Okay, we got this thing right here, GPU Z. So what you gotta look for with GPU Z, see my mouse? See how it says PCIe X16 4x, and it's at 4.0. See if it's actually running at 5. Even though you're using a Gen 4 cable, see if it's actually running at that. If it's running at 4, then it's not going to run the actual bandwidth. Bandwidth, how do you check bandwidth? Well, you're going to have to go to, I use 3D Mark, and I use PCIe bandwidth benchmark. Yep. Same thing for ROPS and that. Yep. ROPS, TMUs as well. Yep. You can use that. And you might, okay, for, oh, my bad, I kind of messed up actually. So what you might have to check out too. we might have to check out with this. So you see this little question mark? The PCI Express render test. Okay, yep. So when you're all using this, so GPU Z, you can't see it, but GPU Z, you're going to see this section here for the bus interface, right? You have this little question mark. Yes, this question, yeah, GPU Z, and this little question mark is PCI Express render test. It just puts a small load. Just puts a small load on the GPU with a little render test. And I'll run that render test and try to show you. Can't show. Okay, well, it makes a little render test and it puts a load. Just in case it'll say 16 by 1 or 16 by 2, because if there's no load on it, sometimes it just puts it down to like a Gen 1 or 2 anyways, or Gen 3. So make sure you use this little question mark to put that little render test to make sure it is running at what it's supposed to be at. Okay. And then for 3D Mark, there is PCI Express bandwidth benchmark, and that's how you know whether or not it's doing the appropriate amount. I'm not sure if there's any other benchmarks out there to test PCI Express, though, that I know of. And I can open up library. See in 1 sec. I'll install 3D Mark because I don't have it installed anymore. I had to delete it because there's a whole bunch of issues after I did some fixing. Yeah, PCIe Express bandwidth. Yep. PCI Express. PCIe is PCI Express. So you don't even need, Pi Express. PCI Express. Yeah, PCIe. Yeah, because PCI and the E is Express. Okay, and I'll launch this up and get this again here, properties. So here's 3D Mark. So here's 3D Mark. Okay, so 3D Mark's here, right? And then you go benchmarks. You scroll down and you have this PCI Express feature test. That's what you use. To make sure it's running proper. Yes, that's what I use. So if your card does 32 gigabits per second, it should be going about 31 to 32 gigabits per second. No problemo. And if your PCI Express 4 cable does PCI Express 5, that'd be awesome. Consider what? Yeah, I can do a video on that for sure. I got a few videos, ideas from people, so I can add that to the list. Give me 1 sec. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Yeah, DP 2.1 is really good. I guess the AK cables will support the bandwidth, so I guess the AK cables will be better to go with as long as it works proper, right? And DP 2.1, it doesn't matter about what we're talking about. That's just display. What we're talking about is actual bandwidth from the GPU to the PCI Express slot through a actual cable. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, for what I said there, you'd have to test it, but no problem, man. Yeah, but you'd have to test it. It might handle the bandwidth, but generally they don't. Again, PCI Express it's backwards compatible, but to a degree. You still get basically close to the same performance no matter what. Going from PCI Express 5 to PCI Express 4, you're still going to be able to handle up to a certain amount of gigabits per second through PCI Express 4. So you should still be able to get 32 gigabits per second technically out of it, because that is max bandwidth through PCI Express 4. Since we have not saturated PCI Express 4, it's kind of odd that we went to PCI Express 5. It is. It's really weird. In some cases, the cable matters. But yeah, the cables does matter for certain things, but me too. I don't know why they upgraded to PCI Express 5. It's only 32 with the GDDR7 memory chips, and that we're only doing 32 gigabits per second, which is max of PCI Express 4. So why would we go to PCI Express 5? Just to make it sound like it's better? But you can put it still technically in PCI Express 4, and you can still technically do 32 gigabits per second. So where's the difference? And again, there's other ways to do double the bandwidth of PCI Express 4 up to 64 gigabits per second, which is, again, that's something I'll have to make a video about so that way people can understand that. Yeah, true marketing. Yeah. I guess you got a point there, Hatrick. Marketing 5 is better than 4. 100% true. It's kind of odd though. I even right off the bat when I heard they were going to do PCI Express 5 and it's only get the actual performance that you're gonna get is only 32 gigabits per second. It's like, but that's PCI Express 4 max. So what happened? You pick a number better. Wonder if it has to do with Ignite, as they say, it's PCI Express 5. All 50 series cards are PCI Express 5. All 9000 series GPUs are from AMD. It's PCI Express 5. So I don't get it. And PCI Express 5 for the 9000 series makes even more mind-boggling sense. Maximum of 21.5 gigabits per second because they're using GDDR6 memory. It's a higher end GDDR6 memory, so it can do 21.5 gigabits per second, but you're still not even doing the max for PCI Express 4. So why are you using PCI Express 5? And same thing with the GDDR7. I just don't get it. I don't get it. No, not really, because again, your PCI Express 4 can do 32 gigabits per second, so you technically will lose a little bit of performance. I mean, when I say a little bit, it's a little bit of performance going from PCI Express 5 to PCI Express 4. We're talking like you won't notice it, basically. You won't notice it until PCI Express 5 with advancements of actual RAM technology, VRAM technology. We will not see a difference with what we have right now between 5 and 4. Now going 5 to 3, there's like a 4 to 5% difference. Again, that's going all the way down to Gen 3. I guess. But NVIDIA cheaped out and went with GDR6. As soon as I saw the leaks on this, I'm like, what are you guys doing? GDR6, like, and your guys are going to be PCI Express 5. That doesn't even make sense. And I was like, okay, well, maybe they're going to have newer chips that are upgraded, basically overclocked from factory, where it gives you more bandwidth. And I was right about that. It gives you 2 gigabits more bandwidth. That's it. Yeah, the 4 to 5 is it's not. We won't see it. You can't. Because we're not. If we had, let's say, PCI Express can go all the way up to 64 gigabits per second, right? 64. It's double PCI Express 4. PCI Express 4 is 32 gigabits per second max. And then with certain settings, 64 gigabytes per second on PCI Express 4. But that's certain motherboards, certain applications, and stuff like that. For PCI Express 5, it's 64 gigabits per second. So if we go to 64 gigabits per second and go on to PCI Express 5 to 4, we will see a difference. But right now, nothing. Absolutely nothing. I think they're going to upgrade the chips for super version with more memory. It's not memory. It's not about the memory. It's the memory speeds and actual throughput. That's it. Everyone thinks it's more memory. Just add more memory. It's more bandwidth. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works, people. GDDR7 is 32 gigabits per second. Doesn't matter how many chips you have. You can have a 2 gigabit card, or 2 gigabit chip card, and it's literally. Oh, okay. But what they can do is, yeah, it's kind of like a super version of GDDR7 to where it's going to be like they could even do GDDR7X because GDDR7 is ECC. It's error correcting, just like GDDR6X. GDDR6X is only Micron, by the way, and it's error correcting. That's why I love my 37 Ti because it's error correcting. I do up to 4,000 megahertz on my RAM. Again, I do this kind of stuff, so that's how I can hit this. But with GDDR7, it's really fast. Yes, it's really fast, so it makes things faster too for input and output kind of thing. But the amount of bandwidth does not change for how much RAM you have. It's the RAM chips actuality. Like you can have 1 chip versus 100 chips, same amount of bandwidth. That's it. That's it. You cannot change it. The 32 gigabits per second, 5090, 32 gigabits per second on a 5060 Ti. That's it. That's GDDR7 right now. They could have an advanced version later on to where they make it the X model, and that would be basically an overclocked version from factory. Or some other company like Micron could come out with their own version of it. Samsung could come out with their own version. Hynix could come out with their own version for it. So that way it does 40 gigabits per second. That'd be nice to see. That would be more than what PCI Express 4 could do. So you wouldn't be able to get that kind of speeds out of PCI Express 4, only up to 32. So you would technically might see a difference in some games, depending on a bunch of scenarios, whole bunch of scenarios. That'd be nice to see. Be nice to see if they did GDDR7X or Y or Z kind of thing, you know, an upgraded version of GDDR7. But it's still error correcting, so it's all that really matters with GDDR7. It's error correcting and it's 32 gigabits per second. Sorry for the little rant there. Yeah, I could make a video about that for people too. Maybe they'll understand some more about what really matters in GPUs, right? Because what matters is ROPS. ROPS is a big one. The bus width is a big one. Big differences. ROPS is a huge one. Temus is TMUs. It sounds like emus, but TMUs is another, not major. ROPS is a major one though. That's why when people are having 50 series cards, when you saw that they are missing the ROPS, there was like a 4%, just because they're missing, what was it, 8 ROPS? Just because they're missing 8 ROPS, they're getting like a 4% decrease in performance. That's only 8 ROPS. Yeah, Temus and ROPS. Yep. But ROPS is more of the important one. That's how fast it can take something and utilize it. Take something and utilize. Take something and utilize it. How fast, that's actually how fast your GPU really is. That's why cores, more cores is really good. More ROPS is really good. Faster frequencies is good, but only if you have the ROPS to be able to handle it. Yeah, exactly. But again, this is where RMAs are good and stuff like that. Oh yeah, it sucks that you got it, but I mean, it's like quick RMA, brand new GPU. So not the worst. Does suck, you know, having to do the RMA or that for it, but what it's there for, just in case there's those kind of issues. Yeah, like the missing ROPS. ROPS is a big one for performance. Big one for performance. And bit bus width. Having more of that is another good one for performance. That's why with these cards with 128-bit, it's like 128-bit with this GDDR7. I mean, that's going to bottleneck the base of the GDDR7. No problem, man. And I'm off. So again, thank you all for watching and good questions. I'll try to be better, more thorough on some questions later on if you'd like. If you want some more questions, you know where I am. So again, thank you all for watching. Thank you all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping this channel more than you know. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. Seriously, it's been one good month. Let's just say that. So yeah, me too, man. I hope everyone has a good day as well. Have a good day, night, depending on where you are. So I hope you guys are all having a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. All right. And as always, don't forget to get her done. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's been good, man. It's been real good. Peace.